Story 1. My girlfriend Ashley told me I didn't go to college to do manual labor and expected me to be her personal moving company. So I stopped doing any physical work for her and let her handle her own heavy lifting. Let me give you some background here. Ashley and I started dating about 2 years ago. I'm 28 and work construction specifically. I do flooring installation for a company that handles high-end commercial and residential projects. It's good work, pays well, and I genuinely enjoy it. Ashley's 26 and works as a marketing coordinator for a local tech startup. She makes decent money and has a bachelor's degree in communications. From the very beginning of our relationship, Ashley made it clear that she considered herself above certain types of work. Anytime something needed to be moved, fixed, assembled, or physically handled around either of our places, she'd automatically defer to me. At first, I didn't think much of it. I'm strong, I know how to use tools, and honestly, I don't mind helping out. But it wasn't just about me being helpful. Ashley would actively refuse to even try to help with anything physical. When we moved in together last year, I literally moved every single box, piece of furniture, and heavy item by myself, while she sat on the couch directing me on where things should go. When I asked if she could at least help carry some of the lighter boxes, her exact words were, "I didn't spend 4 years in college to hurt my back moving furniture." This became her standard response to everything. When the toilet in our bathroom started running and needed a simple fix, she'd say, "I don't do plumbing, that's what you're for." When we bought a dining table from IKEA and it needed assembly, she handed me the instructions and said, "Have fun with that. I'll be doing actual brain work." The thing is, Ashley rearranges our living room about once a month. She gets these ideas about how the space should flow differently, or she sees something on Pinterest that inspires her to completely change the layout. But she never moves anything herself. She'll just announce that she wants to switch the couch and the entertainment center, then wait for me to come home from work and spend my evening hauling furniture around. I started noticing that she had this whole hierarchy in her head about what kind of work was acceptable for someone with her education level. Anything that required physical effort was automatically beneath her. She'd literally say things like, "I use my brain for work, not my body," as if the two were mutually exclusive. But here's what really started bothering me. Ashley would constantly make comments about how lucky she was to have found someone who could handle all the manual stuff, so she could focus on more important things. She'd tell her friends and family that I was perfect because I could take care of all the grunt work, while she used her college degree for real work. The final straw happened last Tuesday. I came home after a particularly long day installing hardwood floors in this massive office complex. My back was killing me, and I just wanted to relax. But Ashley was excited because she'd seen this video online about how rearranging your space can improve productivity, and she wanted to completely reconfigure our living room. I told her I was pretty beat and asked if we could tackle it over the weekend instead. Her response was immediate. "It'll only take like an hour. Just move the couch over there, switch those two chairs, and shift the coffee table. Easy stuff." When I suggested she could help by moving some of the smaller items while I handled the heavy furniture, she looked at me like I'd asked her to solve calculus equations in her head. "Are you serious right now? I just spent 8 hours working on a marketing campaign that could make or break our Q4 numbers. I can't waste energy on manual labor." That's when I said, "You know what? You're absolutely right, Ashley. You're way too educated to be doing physical work." She smiled and nodded, clearly pleased that I was finally understanding her perspective. "Exactly. That's why we work so well together. You handle the physical stuff, I handle the intellectual stuff." I kept my voice completely calm when I said, "So from now on, I'll make sure never to insult your intelligence by asking you to do any manual labor. You can handle all your own physical needs according to your education level." The smile faded from her face real quick. "What do you mean?" "I mean I respect your standards too much to ask you to lower yourself to my level. All the manual labor in your life is yours to manage however you see fit. She stared at me for a minute, clearly trying to figure out if I was joking. When she realized I was serious, she said, "Don't be ridiculous. That's not what I meant and you know it." But I was done. I was so tired of being treated like hired help in my own relationship. Here's exactly what I stopped doing. I stopped moving any of Ashley's furniture when she wanted to rearrange things. I stopped carrying her heavy groceries from the car. I stopped assembling anything she ordered online. I stopped fixing anything that broke in her spaces. I stopped helping her move anything heavier than what she could carry herself. I still took care of my own stuff and maintained the common areas we shared, but anything that was specifically hers. She was completely on her own. The first test came that same night. Ashley decided she still wanted to rearrange the living room and started trying to move the couch by herself. After about 5 minutes of struggling and getting nowhere, she called over to me. "Okay, very funny. Now come help me with this." I looked up from my book and said, "I wouldn't want to interfere with your educated approach to problem solving." She thought I was still joking until I went back to reading. She stood there for another few minutes, clearly expecting me to cave and help her. When I didn't, she finally gave up and left the couch halfway blocking the hallway. The next morning, Ashley came into the kitchen looking frustrated and announced, "The couch is still in the middle of the room." I nodded sympathetically. "That sounds inconvenient. You should probably move it." "I can't move it by myself. It's too heavy." That is a problem. Maybe you could figure out a solution using that college degree." She stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "Are you seriously not going to help me? I'm respecting your professional standards. You made it very clear that manual labor is beneath someone with your education." Day 3 was when things really started getting interesting. Ashley had ordered this massive bookshelf online without thinking about how she'd assemble it. The box was sitting in our living room, and she kept looking at it like it might magically build itself. Friday evening, she finally asked, "When are you going to put together my bookshelf?" I was making dinner and didn't even look up. "I'm not." "What do you mean you're not?" "I mean you're too intelligent to need my help with manual labor." "You've got this." She opened the box and pulled out the instruction manual. After about 10 minutes of looking at the diagrams, she said, "This is impossible. There are like 50 pieces and the instructions don't make sense." I continued chopping vegetables. "I have complete faith in your problem-solving abilities." "Don't be an asshole, Mike. Just help me." "I'm not being an asshole. I'm showing you the respect your education deserves." That weekend was when Ashley really started to panic. She'd been living with this half-assembled bookshelf situation for days. The couch was still blocking part of the hallway, and she'd run out of ways to avoid dealing with these problems herself. Sunday morning, she tried a different approach. Instead of demanding help, she started trying to guilt me into it. "I hurt my shoulder trying to move that stupid couch. I think I pulled something." I suggested she should probably see a doctor if she was injured. "Or you could just help me move it so I don't hurt myself worse." "But then you'd be admitting you need someone without a college degree to solve your problems. That doesn't seem consistent with your values." By the second week, Ashley was getting genuinely desperate. She'd been shopping at the grocery store every day because she couldn't carry enough bags at once to stock up properly. Her bookshelf pieces were spread all over the living room because she'd attempted assembly multiple times and given up. The couch situation had forced us to basically navigate around furniture for 2 weeks. But the breaking point came when Ashley's sister Emma came to visit. Emma's a nurse, super practical and down to earth. She walked into our disaster of a living room and immediately asked what happened. Ashley started explaining how I was being petty and refusing to help with basic household stuff. But Emma's response wasn't what Ashley expected. "Wait, you can't move your own couch. It's not even that big." Ashley got defensive. "I'm not built for manual labor. That's not what I went to college for." Emma laughed. "Are you serious? I have 2 degrees and I still move my own furniture. What does education have to do with being able to function as an adult?" That's when Ashley really started spiraling. She began ranting about how some people are meant for physical work and others are meant for intellectual work, and how successful people shouldn't have to waste their time on menial tasks. Emma looked at her like she was speaking gibberish. Ashley, you're not too good to move a couch. You're just being lazy and expecting Mike to be your personal furniture mover. After Emma left, Ashley was furious. She accused me of orchestrating the whole thing to embarrass her in front of her family. She said I was trying to make her look bad and that I was sabotaging our relationship. I stayed calm and asked her a simple question. Do you think your time and energy are more valuable than mine? She couldn't answer directly, but her non-answer was pretty telling. She started talking about how her work was more mentally demanding and how I didn't understand the pressure she was under. So I asked another question. Do you see me as your equal partner or as your employee? That's when she really lost it. Started crying and yelling about how I was twisting everything and making her feel bad for having standards and ambitions. She said I was being deliberately cruel by forcing her to do things she wasn't comfortable with, but she still couldn't answer whether she saw me as her equal. Week 3 was when reality really started hitting home. Ashley had been living in this increasingly chaotic space, unable to organize or fix anything without help. She'd been complaining to her friends about how unreasonable I was being, but when they came over and saw the situation, their reactions weren't what she expected. Her friend Rachel walked in, saw the bookshelf pieces scattered everywhere and the awkwardly positioned furniture and said, "Girl, just move your stuff. It's not that hard." When Ashley launched into her explanation about education levels and manual labor, Rachel cut her off. "You sound insane right now. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you can't lift things." That's when Ashley's whole narrative started falling apart. She'd been telling everyone that I was being controlling and manipulative, but when people saw the actual situation, they realized she was just refusing to do basic adult tasks. Her friend just came over the next day and offered to help assemble the bookshelf. Ashley immediately said yes, apparently forgetting that Jess has a master's degree in psychology. When I pointed out that Jess was about to do manual labor despite having more education than Ashley, Ashley got quiet and walked out of the room. The final confrontation happened on a Thursday night about a month after this whole thing started. I came home to find Ashley sitting on the floor in our living room, surrounded by bookshelf pieces, crying. She looked up at me and said, "I can't do this anymore. This is ridiculous." I sat down across from her. "What's ridiculous? You know what, this whole thing, you're making me live like this just to prove a point." "What point am I trying to prove?" That I need you. Finally, some honesty. "And do you?" She nodded, still crying. "But not like this. Not where you make me feel helpless and stupid." "Ashley, I've never made you feel helpless or stupid. You told me that physical work was beneath your education level. I just decided to respect that. But you know that's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" She struggled for a minute, then said, "I meant that we're supposed to be a team. You're good at physical stuff, I'm good at other stuff. We complement each other." "Okay, but what happens when you need something moved and I'm not available? What happens if I get injured and can't lift heavy things anymore? What happens if we have kids someday and you need to handle physical tasks while I'm at work?" She didn't have answers to any of those questions. That's when I realized something that had been building for weeks. "Ashley, do you actually respect what I do for work?" "Of course I do." "Do you really? Because you've spent 2 years talking about my job like it's something anyone could do. You've made it clear that you think physical work is for people who aren't smart enough for real jobs." She started to protest, but I continued. "You've told me multiple times that you use your brain for work while I just use my body. You've acted like your college degree makes you too good for basic adult responsibilities. How is that respecting what I do?" The silence that followed was the loudest thing I'd heard in weeks. Finally, Ashley said, "I never meant it like that." But that's how it came across, every single time. We talked for hours that night. Ashley finally admitted that she'd grown up thinking that college-educated people were automatically above certain types of work. She said her parents had always emphasized that the point of getting a degree was so you wouldn't have to do menial jobs, and she'd extended that thinking to all physical tasks. But she also admitted something else. She said she'd been bragging to her coworkers about how she had a boyfriend who handled all the manual stuff, so she never had to worry about it. She'd been treating our relationship like I was her personal handyman service. When I asked if she understood why that bothered me, she finally said yes. She apologized for making me feel like hired help instead of a partner. She acknowledged that physical work isn't inherently less valuable than mental work, and that having a degree doesn't exempt you from basic adult responsibilities. Most importantly, she admitted that she'd been taking me for granted and assuming I'd always be available to solve her physical problems without ever offering to help with mine. The next day, Ashley started assembling that bookshelf. It took her most of the weekend, and she definitely struggled with some parts, but she figured it out. When she finished, she was actually proud of herself for learning something new. We worked together to rearrange the living room furniture, with both of us contributing according to what we could handle. Ashley started carrying her own groceries, even if it meant making multiple trips. She learned how to use basic tools and started fixing minor things around the apartment instead of automatically deferring to me. But the biggest change was in how she talked about work and education. She stopped making comments about being too good for physical tasks. She started asking questions about my projects and showing genuine interest in the skill and craftsmanship involved in what I do. She even came to see a commercial space I'd finished, and her reaction to the quality of the work was completely different from anything she'd expressed before. 3 months later, we're in a much better place. Ashley still handles more of the mental organizational tasks because she's genuinely good at them and enjoys that kind of work. I still handle more of the physical tasks because I have the experience and strength. But now it feels like an actual partnership instead of a master-servant dynamic. The difference is that now Ashley appreciates what I contribute instead of dismissing it. She doesn't assume I'll handle everything physical, and she doesn't act like helping with manual tasks would be beneath her dignity. When we need to tackle big projects, we plan them together and work as a team. Most importantly, she understands that having a college degree doesn't make you too good to function as a basic adult. And I learned that sometimes you have to let people experience the consequences of their attitudes before they'll really understand how those attitudes affect other people. Ashley told me recently that this whole experience taught her more about respect and partnership than anything else in our relationship. She said she'd never realized how dismissive and entitled she'd been acting, or how that made me feel like she didn't value me as a person. She also said that learning to handle physical tasks herself actually made her feel more confident and capable, not less. She's proud that she can solve problems without always needing rescue, and she started to see physical and mental work as complementary rather than hierarchical. Looking back, I'm glad I stuck to my boundaries even when things got difficult. It would have been easier to just go back to doing everything for her, but that would have just reinforced the dynamic that was making me feel unappreciated and taken for granted. Sometimes people need to experience the full reality of their attitudes before they can understand why those attitudes are problematic. Ashley needed to live with the consequences of refusing to do manual labor before she could see how unrealistic and disrespectful that position was. The best part is that our relationship feels more balanced now. Instead of me being her solution to all physical problems, we're actually partners who support each other in different ways. Ashley contributes her organizational and planning skills. I contribute my technical and physical skills, and we both contribute to maintaining our shared life together. She still jokes sometimes about her manual labor phase, but now it's genuine self-deprecating humor about a time when she was being ridiculous, not defensiveness about maintaining those standards. She's actually become pretty handy around the apartment and takes pride in being able to fix things or move furniture when needed. Now when her friends complain about their boyfriends not helping around the house, Ashley's advice is always the same. Make sure you're contributing equally too. A degree doesn't exempt you from adult responsibilities. She's become an advocate for actual partnership instead of the one-sided arrangement she used to think was normal. The funniest part is that Ashley has started teaching some of her coworkers basic home maintenance skills. She says it feels good to be able to solve problems independently instead of always needing to find someone else to do things for her. She's gone from thinking manual work was beneath her to realizing that self-sufficiency is actually empowering. We're planning to move to a bigger place next year, and Ashley's already talking about how she wants to be involved in the moving process instead of just directing traffic. She says she wants to earn the right to have opinions about where things go by actually helping move them there. That attitude shift has made all the difference. Instead of me being her personal moving company, we're partners planning our future together. And that's exactly what a healthy relationship should feel like. Story 2. You're being dramatic, Jake. It's just a coincidence. Madison laughed when I asked how she knew Tyler's security code. Am I? I said. Then I showed her the recordings. But let me back up because this story starts way before that moment. I met Madison 8 months ago at a coffee shop near my work. She was everything I thought I wanted: gorgeous, funny, seemed genuinely interested in my life. Our first few dates felt like something out of a movie. She'd remember every little detail I mentioned, surprise me with my favorite snacks, and made me feel like I was the only guy in the world. Tyler, my roommate of 2 years, was skeptical from day one. "She's trying too hard, man," he'd say. "Nobody's that perfect." But I was head over heels. Madison would cook dinner for us, hang out and watch games with Tyler and me, even helped clean our disaster of an apartment. Tyler seemed to warm up to her eventually, and I thought we'd found this perfect little living situation. About 4 months in, the emergency started. First, Madison's car broke down right before a big family wedding. She needed $800 for repairs and was crying about missing her cousin's special day. Of course I helped, that's what boyfriends do, right? She paid me back 2 weeks later, full amount with interest. I actually felt guilty for doubting her. Then her mom got sick and needed help with a medical bill. $1,200 this time. Madison was a wreck, talking about how her mom had sacrificed everything for her growing up. Again, she paid me back within a month. I started to think maybe Tyler was wrong about her, but the emergencies kept coming. Rent emergency when her roommate supposedly bilayed. Family crisis when her dad lost his job. Emergency vet bill for her childhood dog. Always between $600 and $1,500. Always paid back eventually. Always with tears and gratitude and promises that this was the last time. I was working overtime constantly, picking up weekend shifts, living on ramen and cereal. Madison would feel bad about it and try to contribute by cooking or cleaning more. She even offered to get a second job, but I told her not to worry about it. Her marketing job was demanding enough. Looking back, I was the perfect mark. Stable income, savings account, and too nice to say no to someone I loved. The isolation happened so gradually I didn't notice. Madison would get quiet when I mentioned hanging out with my college friends. She'd make comments about how they were still living like they're in a frat house, or how they didn't seem to like her very much. When I'd insist they did, she'd shrug and say she just felt unwelcome. Tyler started declining our group hangouts too, said he was busy with work or dating someone new. When I'd ask about it, he'd change the subject. Madison would comfort me, saying some friendships naturally drift apart as people grow up. She'd suggest we do something fun together instead, just the two of us. Slowly, my social circle shrank to just Madison and Tyler, and honestly, I was okay with it at first. Madison made everything feel special. We'd have these amazing nights together, deep conversations, planning our future. She talked about us getting our own place soon, maybe getting a dog, how she'd never felt this safe with anyone before. But Tyler started acting weird around month 6. He'd leave the apartment whenever Madison came over. If we were all watching TV together, he'd suddenly remember he had somewhere to be. When I asked him about it, he'd just say he wanted to give us privacy. Madison noticed too. "Tyler's been cold to me lately," she'd say. Did I do something wrong? I'd assure her that Tyler was just going through something, but she seemed genuinely hurt by it. Then about 2 months ago, the financial emergencies ramped up. Madison's sister needed help with her kids' school expenses: $900. Madison's grandmother fell and needed home care assistance, $1,100. Madison's car needed major repairs, again $1,300. Each time she'd cry and say she hated asking, but I was the only person in her life stable enough to help. The payback started taking longer. Madison would promise to pay me back as soon as her next commission check came in or after her tax refund. When I'd bring it up, she'd get this wounded look and remind me that she'd always paid me back before. "You don't trust me anymore," she'd ask. "Money is causing problems between us." I started keeping track because my savings were disappearing fast. By my count, Madison owed me about $3,400 and the paybacks had basically stopped coming. But I told myself this was just a rough patch. Madison was dealing with family stress, work pressure, and she'd always been good for the money before. I was being paranoid, right? Last Tuesday changed everything. I'd been working a double shift but got cut early when the kitchen closed for repairs. Came home around 2 p.m. instead of my usual 6 p.m. Madison's car was in our parking lot, which was weird because she'd said she was spending the day at her sister's place helping with the kids. I walked up to our apartment and heard voices inside. Madison's voice and Tyler's voice. They were laughing about something. I thought maybe she'd come back early and Tyler was there too, no big deal. But then I heard Tyler say something that made my blood run cold. "We need to be more careful. Jake's been asking questions about money lately." I pressed my ear to the door. Madison's voice. "He's clueless. I've got him thinking I'm some kind of victim of circumstances. Poor little Madison, always having emergencies." Tyler laughed. "The fake crying is Oscar-worthy. Remember when you said your dog needed surgery?" "There is no dog," Madison was cracking up. "I can't believe he fell for that. 3 years of acting classes finally paying off." My hands were shaking. I couldn't process what I was hearing. Tyler's voice again. "How much have you gotten from him total?" "About $5,000 if you count the stuff I've borrowed and never returned. Plus he pays for everything when we go out. I haven't spent my own money on groceries or entertainment in months. And he has no idea about us. None. Poor Jake thinks you've been avoiding him because you're busy with work. He has no clue his roommate has been fucking his girlfriend for 3 months. I felt like I was going to throw up. My legs almost gave out. Tyler, my roommate, my friend for 2 years, had been sleeping with Madison behind my back. And Madison had been systematically robbing me blind while playing victim. But wait, it got worse. Madison continued. "The best part is he feels guilty about not being able to afford nicer things for me. He picked up those extra shifts because he thinks he's not providing enough. It's actually kind of sad how hard he tries." Tyler. "What happens when he runs out of money?" Madison. "I've been thinking about that. His lease is up in 4 months. I'm going to suggest we get our own place together. Once we're living together, I'll have access to his finances completely. Then maybe we can phase out this whole charade." "What about us?" Tyler asked. "What about us? This has been fun, but Jake's the one with the stable job and savings. You're just entertainment." Even Tyler sounded shocked. "Jesus, Madison, you're cold." "I'm practical. Jake worships me. He'd do anything for me. You're fun in bed, but Jake's going to take care of me long term." I heard footsteps coming toward the door. I quickly ran back down to the parking lot and sat in my car trying to process what I'd just heard. My girlfriend was a con artist. My roommate was betraying me. I'd been played so completely that they were literally laughing about it. But here's the thing, I wasn't heartbroken. I was pissed. 20 minutes later, Madison came bouncing out to her car like nothing had happened. She saw me and waved cheerfully. "Hey babe, I thought you were working till 6. "Got cut early," I managed to say. "Kitchen problems." "Aw, that sucks, less money." She came over and kissed me. "But more time with me. I was just visiting Tyler. He seemed lonely, so I brought him some leftover lasagna." The balls on this woman. She just finished screwing my roommate and telling him how she was scamming me, and now she was playing concerned girlfriend. "That was sweet of you," I said. "I try to take care of the people I love," she smiled. "Including you. Are you okay? You look pale." "Just tired, long day." "Go rest, baby. I'll make dinner tonight, something special." That night, Madison made my favorite meal and was extra affectionate. kept talking about how lucky she felt to have found someone as caring and generous as me, how she couldn't wait for us to take the next step in our relationship. I played along, but inside I was planning. See, Madison made one crucial mistake in her little con game. She assumed I was stupid. But I'm not stupid, I'm an accountant. I'm detail-oriented, I'm patient, and I'm very good at planning. The next morning, after Madison left for work and Tyler left for his shift, I went shopping. Bought a tiny wireless camera with audio recording that could connect to my phone. Cost me $200, but it was about to be the best investment of my life. I hid the camera in our living room bookshelf, positioned so it could see the couch and Tyler's bedroom door. The thing could record for 72 hours straight and send everything directly to cloud storage. Then I waited. For 3 days, nothing interesting happened. Madison came over each evening. We'd have dinner, watch TV, normal couple stuff. Tyler was polite but distant, just like he'd been for weeks. But on Friday, I told both of them I was working a double shift and wouldn't be home until midnight. Instead, I parked 3 blocks away and watched the camera feed on my phone. At 7:30 p.m., Madison showed up. Tyler let her in, and immediately they were all over each other. Right there on our couch, the couch I'd bought in the apartment I paid most of the rent for. But I waited. I needed more than just evidence of cheating. After they finished their little session, they started talking. And that's when I hit gold. Madison, I need another emergency soon. Jake's been weird about money lately. Tyler, what kind of emergency? Madison, I'm thinking family crisis. Maybe my cousin needs bail money or something. That's always good for at least 1,000. Tyler, don't you think he's getting suspicious? Madison, please, Jake thinks I'm perfect. I could tell him I need money for unicorn surgery and he'd find a way to get it. They both laughed. Tyler, when are you planning to dump him? Madison, after we move in together and I can clean out his accounts. I figure 6 more months, maybe a year if he's got more savings than I think. Tyler, and then what? Madison, then I disappear. New city, new identity, new target. I've done this before, Tyler. Jake's just the biggest score so far. My blood went cold. This wasn't her first time. I was just another mark in a long line of victims. Tyler, what if he finds out? Madison, he won't. And even if he does, what's he gonna do? He gave me the money willingly. No court would call that theft. Tyler, you're probably right. Madison, I'm always right. That's why I'm good at this. I had everything I needed, but I wasn't done. Over the next 2 weeks, I quietly gathered more evidence. I found Madison's real social media accounts under a different name, showing pictures of her in different cities with different guys. I traced some of her emergencies and found out they were all lies. Her mom wasn't sick. Her sister didn't have kids. She didn't even have a dog. I also discovered that Tyler had been taking money from our joint household account, the account we used for rent and utilities. About $600 over the past 2 months, supposedly for his share of expenses, but I paid all the bills directly. These two had been tag-teaming me financially while conducting their affair in my own living room. But here's where I got creative. Madison's birthday was coming up in 10 days. She'd been dropping hints about wanting a surprise party, maybe inviting all our friends to celebrate. I decided to give her exactly what she wanted. I started planning the perfect party. I invited everyone, her coworkers from the marketing company, Tyler's friends, my old college buddies, even some of Madison's family members whose contact info I found on her real social media accounts. I rented a nice event room at a local restaurant, ordered catering, bought decorations, told everyone it was going to be a very special night where Madison would be the center of attention. Madison was thrilled. Jake, this is so sweet. You're incredible. I can't wait to celebrate with everyone I care about. Tyler seemed nervous when I invited him, but he couldn't really say no without seeming weird. The night of the party, about 30 people showed up. Madison looked gorgeous and was soaking up all the attention. Everyone was having a great time, eating, drinking, celebrating. Around 9 p.m., I stood up to give a toast. Everyone, thank you so much for coming tonight to celebrate Madison. She's been such an important part of my life for the past 8 months, and I wanted everyone to see just how special she really is. Madison beamed at me from across the room. Madison has taught me so much about love, trust, and what it really means to be there for someone. She's shown me that some people will do absolutely anything for the people they care about. People were nodding and smiling. Madison blew me a kiss. In fact, Madison cares so much that she's helped me through numerous financial emergencies over the past few months. Car repairs, medical bills, family crises. Madison has always been there when I needed help. Madison's smile faltered slightly. Where was I going with this? But tonight, I want to show everyone just how caring and generous Madison really is. Because the truth is, Madison has been helping me in ways that go above and beyond what any girlfriend should have to do. I pulled out my phone and connected it to the restaurant's TV screen. Madison, you've been so modest about everything you've done for me, so I thought everyone should see exactly how selfless and giving you are. The screen lit up with the recording from my hidden camera. Madison and Tyler on my couch, talking about their scam, laughing about how stupid I was. The room went dead silent. Madison's face went white as her own voice filled the room. Poor Jake thinks you've been avoiding him because you're busy with work. He has no clue his roommate has been fucking his girlfriend for 3 months. Tyler tried to run for the door, but my buddy Chris blocked his path. The recording continued. I can't believe he fell for that. 3 years of acting classes finally paying off. Madison started hyperventilating. Jake, I can explain. Oh, there's more, I said cheerfully, her voice on the recording. About 5 grand if you count the stuff I've borrowed and never returned. Plus he pays for everything when we go out. Madison's coworkers were staring at her in shock. Her family members looked disgusted. Tyler's voice. What happens when he runs out of money? Madison's response. Once we're living together, I'll have access to his finances completely. By now, people were pulling out their phones to record. Madison was crying, but not the fake crying I'd gotten used to. These were tears of pure panic. The final nail in the coffin was her voice saying, I've done this before, Tyler. Jake's just the biggest score so far. I stopped the recording and smiled at the room full of stunned faces. So that's my girlfriend, everyone. Madison, the con artist. Oh, and Tyler, my roommate and supposed friend, who's been helping her rob me blind while screwing her behind my back. Madison tried one last manipulation attempt. Jake, you're humiliating me. This is crazy behavior. What's crazy, I said, is that you thought you could scam me forever. I pulled out a folder full of documents. See, Madison, you made one mistake. You assumed I was stupid, but I'm an accountant and I've been documenting everything. Every fake emergency, every lie, every dollar you've stolen from me. I handed copies of my evidence to several people in the room. Madison Williams, except that's not even your real name, is it? It's Madison Chen, and you've been running this exact same scam in 3 different cities over the past 5 years. I found your real social media accounts, your previous victims, even the acting classes you bragged about. Madison was full on sobbing now. I can explain everything to the police maybe, because this wasn't just cheating, this was fraud. Systematic, premeditated fraud. You created false emergencies to extract money from me under false pretenses. Tyler finally spoke up. Dude, I'm sorry, Tyler, you stole from our household account too. I've got the bank records, you're both thieves. Madison's boss from the marketing company walked over to me. Jake, is it? I'm Rebecca from Madison's work. We had no idea about any of this. She's obviously not going to have a job on Monday. Madison looked around the room desperately. This is all fake. Jake is obsessed with me and he's trying to ruin my life because I was going to break up with him. But nobody was buying it. They'd all heard her own voice confessing to everything. I stood up and addressed the room one final time. I want to thank you all for coming tonight. You've helped me celebrate the end of an 8-month nightmare. Madison, Tyler, your stuff will be on the sidewalk tomorrow morning. Don't ever contact me again. As I walked toward the door, Madison grabbed my arm. Jake, please, we can work this out. I love you. I looked at her with complete disgust. No, you don't even know what love is. I left her there, crying in front of 30 people who now knew exactly who she really was. The next morning, I packed up Madison's belongings and Tyler's stuff and left it all outside. Changed the locks, canceled Tyler's access to our household account and blocked both of their numbers. Madison tried everything to get back in touch. She created fake email accounts, had friends call me, even showed up at my work. But I'd learned my lesson about manipulation. Tyler moved back in with his parents, apparently. Last I heard, he was telling everyone that Madison had seduced him and lied to him about our relationship status, trying to play victim now that his part in the scam was public knowledge. Madison's life completely fell apart. She lost her job, word spread through our social circle, and apparently her family cut her off after seeing the evidence. She tried to reinvent herself in another city, but the internet is forever. Her real name and face are now connected to detailed accounts of her con artist behavior. But here's the best part: I got my money back. See, during my investigation, I discovered that Madison had been running this scam successfully for years. She had assets, real assets, not fake emergencies. A savings account, investment portfolio, even a small property in another state that she'd bought with money stolen from previous victims. My lawyer helped me file both criminal charges for fraud and a civil suit for recovery of funds. Madison's assets got frozen during the investigation, and eventually I recovered not just my $5,000, but additional damages for emotional distress. She pled guilty to avoid jail time, but she's on probation for 2 years and has to pay restitution to multiple victims across different states. Tyler got charged with theft for the household account money. Nothing major, but enough to ruin his credit and require him to pay me back with interest. 3 months later, I'm living in a better apartment. I've rebuilt my savings, and I've reconnected with all the friends I'd lost touch with during Madison's isolation campaign. Turns out they'd all been worried about me but didn't know how to bring up their concerns about Madison without seeming jealous or controlling. My buddy Chris said something that stuck with me. Real love doesn't cost you money, friends, or your peace of mind. It adds to your life, doesn't subtract from it. I've started dating again, but I'm much smarter now. I know the warning signs of financial manipulation, emotional abuse, and isolation tactics. I know what real emergencies look like versus manufactured crises designed to extract money. Most importantly, I learned that trust is earned through consistency over time, not through tears and dramatic stories. Madison taught me a valuable lesson, just not the one she intended. She taught me that I'm stronger than I thought, smarter than she assumed, and that justice sometimes comes with perfect timing and a solid revenge plan. The security camera is still hidden in my new apartment, just in case. But honestly, I don't think I'll need it. When you know what manipulation looks like, it's pretty easy to spot. And when you know your worth, it's pretty easy to protect. Madison thought she was running a long con on a naive guy with a steady paycheck, but she was actually just training me to recognize and destroy people exactly like her. Thanks for the education, Madison. It was expensive, but worth every penny. 2 weeks after the party, I got a text from an unknown number. "You destroyed my life." I replied, "No, I just showed everyone who you really are." "You destroyed your own life the moment you decided to become a predator." She never responded. 6 months later, I heard through mutual friends that Madison was working at a call center in Phoenix, living with 3 roommates, and couldn't get approved for credit anywhere. Tyler was still living with his parents and working at a grocery store. Meanwhile, I got promoted at work, bought a new car, and started a relationship with someone who insists on splitting restaurant checks and has never once asked me for money. Life is good when you're not being slowly drained by parasites disguising themselves as loved ones. Story 3. You're insane if you think I'm letting you destroy this family over some old mistake. Rebecca screamed at me, her face red with rage. Emma is my daughter. I just sat there looking at her, stone cold calm. "Read the test results, Rebecca, then we'll talk." But she didn't read them. She already knew what they said. Let me back up to how this nightmare started, because you need the full picture to understand why what happened next was so damn satisfying. I'm Mike, 34, work construction management in Denver. Been married to Rebecca for 6 years, together for 7. We've got Emma, my little princess who just turned 5. Or at least I thought she was mine. Rebecca and I met at a friend's barbecue back in 2017. She was gorgeous blonde, green eyes, that kind of smile that made you forget your own name. We hit it off immediately. She'd just gotten out of a toxic relationship with some loser named Marcus who was trying to make it as a DJ. No steady income, lived in his buddy's basement, the whole cliché. I was the opposite of that guy. Good job, owned my condo, had my life together at 28. Rebecca seemed to appreciate that stability after dealing with Marcus's drama. We moved fast, I'm talking moved in together after 4 months fast. Looking back now, I can see all the red flags I missed. Like how she got pregnant only 6 months into our relationship and immediately started pushing for marriage. Emma deserves married parents, she kept saying. We need to do the right thing. I was head over heels, thought it was romantic that she wanted to build a family together so badly. We had a small wedding when she was about 4 months along. Rebecca kept saying she didn't want to be showing too much in her dress, so we rushed everything. My mom thought it was weird how fast we were moving, but I told her to mind her business. I was in love and about to be a dad. What could go wrong? Emma was born healthy and perfect. Dark hair like Rebecca's, but those bright blue eyes that didn't match either of us. Rebecca said kids' eyes change, and I believed her. Hell, I believed everything she told me back then. For 5 years, I was the perfect dad. Changed diapers, did the 3 a.m. feedings, taught Emma to ride a bike, coached her little league team. She was my whole world. Still is, honestly. Blood doesn't change that Emma calls me daddy and runs to me when she's scared. The truth came out 3 weeks ago in the most gut-wrenching way possible. Emma was at kindergarten when she started complaining her tummy hurt real bad. Teacher called me at work. Emma was doubled over crying. Something was seriously wrong. I raced to the school and found my baby girl pale as a sheet, barely able to stand up. We rushed to Children's Hospital. Turns out Emma's appendix had ruptured. She needed emergency surgery immediately or she could die. The doctors started prepping her while asking about family medical history, allergies, blood type for potential transfusions. That's when everything fell apart. I'm B negative. Been donating blood since college, know it by heart. Rebecca is a positive, she's mentioned it before. But when they tested Emma for surgery prep, she came back as OB positive. The nurse said it casually while reviewing Emma's chart. Dad must be OB positive too, right? But I'm not OB positive. I'm B negative. I didn't say anything right then because Emma was being wheeled into surgery and I was terrified I might lose her. All I cared about was my little girl making it through okay. The surgery took 3 hours, longest 3 hours of my life, but Emma pulled through like the little warrior she is. We stayed at the hospital for 2 days while Emma recovered. Rebecca seemed nervous the whole time, kept changing the subject whenever I brought up the blood type thing. She had 100 excuses ready. Maybe they made a mistake. Kids' blood types can be complicated. You're overthinking this, Mike. But I wasn't overthinking it. I was finally thinking clearly for the first time in years. Once Emma was home and safe, I couldn't stop the thoughts from racing. I started remembering weird things about Rebecca's pregnancy. How she seemed panicked when she told me, not excited. How she kept pushing marriage for the baby's sake instead of because she loved me. How she always got defensive when people said Emma looked nothing like me. And then there was the timeline. Rebecca claimed she and Marcus broke up months before we met. But now I was remembering that first barbecue differently. How she kept checking her phone. How she seemed jumpy when it buzzed. How she left early because of some family emergency that she never really explained. I spent a week going crazy with suspicion. Part of me felt like a horrible person for even questioning it. This was Emma we were talking about, my daughter, my heart. But the other part of me couldn't let it go. Last Friday, I finally broke down and got one of those home DNA test kits. Spent the whole weekend hating myself for it, but I had to know. The waiting was killing me. Results came back yesterday. Emma is not my biological daughter. I stared at that paper for 20 minutes just trying to process it. 5 years of bedtime stories, dance recitals, tea parties, scraped knees, proud father moments, and it was all built on a lie. Rebecca had looked me in the eye every single day for 6 years knowing Emma wasn't mine and never said a word. I was furious, but I was also heartbroken. Not about Emma, she's my daughter no matter what some test says, but about Rebecca. The woman I'd loved, trusted, built a life with had betrayed me in the worst possible way. When Rebecca got home from work yesterday, Emma was at her mom's for the night. Perfect timing for the conversation that was about to destroy our marriage. I waited until she changed clothes and poured herself a glass of wine. Then I sat her down at our kitchen table and put the DNA results right in front of her. "We need to talk about Emma's real father," I said quietly. Rebecca went white as a sheet. She stared at those papers like they were a death sentence. "Mike, I can explain, can you? Because this says Emma isn't biologically mine, and I'm really curious how you're going to explain 6 years of lying to my face." That's when she started screaming. Not crying, not apologizing, screaming. About how I was destroying our family and how I was sick for getting a paternity test behind her back. About how Emma would be traumatized if she ever found out. "You want to know the truth, Mike? Fine. Marcus is Emma's biological father. Are you happy now? Does that make you feel better?" The way she said it, like I was the bad guy for finding out about her lies. "How long were you seeing him after we started dating?" "It doesn't matter now. It matters to me, Rebecca. How long?" She started crying then, big crocodile tears. "We had an on and off thing for a couple months after we met, but I chose you, Mike. I married you. Marcus didn't want the responsibility, so you trapped me into it instead. I gave Emma a stable father. I gave you a family. You love being her dad. I love Emma. I hate that you built our entire relationship on a lie." "It's not a lie if it doesn't matter. You're her dad in every way that counts. Every way except the way where you're honest with your husband about who he's raising." That's when Rebecca switched tactics. Started talking about how Marcus was a deadbeat, how he had no money, how he'd never wanted kids anyway. How she'd protected Emma by choosing me as her father instead. "You should be thanking me," she actually said. "I could have stuck Emma with a loser father who'd disappoint her constantly. Instead, I gave her you." The audacity was breathtaking. "Did Marcus even know you were pregnant?" Rebecca got quiet for a minute. Then, "I never told him." Jesus Christ, Rebecca. He wouldn't have cared anyway. He was already seeing someone else. That wasn't your decision to make. And it sure as hell wasn't your decision to lie to me about it for 6 years. We fought until after midnight. Rebecca kept oscillating between sobbing apologies and angry justifications. She'd beg me to forgive her 1 minute, then tell me I was overreacting the next. Classic manipulation tactics that I was finally seeing clearly. By the time we went to bed, nothing was resolved. Rebecca kept saying we could work through this, and that Emma never had to know. I told her I needed time to think. But I'd already made my decision. I couldn't trust her anymore. How could I? She'd lied about the most fundamental thing in our marriage. If she could lie about Emma's paternity for 6 years, what else had she been lying about? I called in sick to work today and spent the morning researching divorce lawyers. Found a good one who specializes in custody cases and has experience with paternity issues. Initial consultation is tomorrow. Here's the thing everyone needs to understand. I don't care that Emma isn't biologically mine. I've been her dad since the day she was born. I've earned that title through 5 years of unconditional love. Biology is just genetics. Being a father is so much more than DNA. But I can't stay married to someone who manipulated me this thoroughly. Rebecca didn't make a mistake. She made a calculated choice to build our marriage on deception. And now I have to live with the consequences of her choices. The hardest part is Emma. She's innocent in all this adult mess. Right now, she has no idea that mommy and daddy's relationship is falling apart, or that the man she calls daddy might not be her biological father. I want to keep it that way for as long as possible. But Rebecca's already started her manipulation campaign. This morning she was extra sweet, making my favorite breakfast, talking about planning a family vacation. When I didn't respond positively, she switched to guilt trips about destroying Emma's stability and being selfish. Tonight after dinner, Emma asked why mommy seemed sad. I told her adults sometimes have problems to work out, but that we both love her very much. She nodded seriously and gave me one of her trademark crushing hugs. Don't be sad, Daddy. Tomorrow will be better. If only it were that simple, baby girl. I don't know what's going to happen next. Part of me wants to fight for primary custody. I've been Emma's primary caregiver for 5 years anyway. Rebecca works long hours as a marketing manager, so I'm the one who does most of the parenting. School pickups, bedtime routines, weekend activities, that's all me. But I also know Rebecca isn't going to make this easy. She's already making comments about how I might abandon Emma now that I know she's not mine biologically, trying to plant seeds that I'll lose interest in being a father if she's not genetically related to me. She couldn't be more wrong. Emma is my daughter, period. I don't care what DNA says. But the fact that Rebecca thinks I might walk away tells me everything about what kind of person she really is. My lawyer consultation is in the morning. Time to start documenting everything and building a case. If Rebecca wants to play hardball, she picked the wrong guy. Because here's what she doesn't understand. I'm not just fighting for custody of some random kid. I'm fighting for my daughter, and I'll go to war for Emma. 2 weeks later, things got nuclear fast. I filed for divorce the Monday after meeting with my lawyer. Rebecca found out when her attorney called her at work. By the time I got home that evening, she'd already started her scorched earth campaign. Our joint bank account was empty, all $23,000 gone. She'd also maxed out our credit cards buying who knows what and had the locks changed on our house. I couldn't get in my own home to get my clothes. When I called her, she was ice cold, completely different from the crying, apologetic woman from 2 weeks ago. Rebecca, what the hell are you doing? You emptied our accounts, protecting myself and Emma from your instability. My instability? You're the one who lied for 6 years. Emma doesn't need to be around your anger right now, Mike. I'm thinking of her well-being. Where is Emma? I want to talk to her. She's somewhere safe. Away from you until you calm down and start thinking rationally. The coldness in her voice was terrifying, like she'd flipped a switch and become a completely different person. You can't keep me from my daughter, Rebecca. She's not your daughter, Mike. We both know that now. Maybe it's time you accepted reality. Reality is that I've been her father for 5 years. You can't just take that away because you're pissed I found out about your lies. I can and I will. Emma needs stability, not some man having a midlife crisis because his ego got bruised. Bruised ego. Rebecca, you built our entire marriage on deception. I built our marriage on love. You're the one destroying it over ancient history. Ancient history. This happened 6 years ago. Exactly. Ancient history. Emma has never known any father but you, and she doesn't need to know about this now. If you really love her, you'll drop this divorce nonsense and we can go back to being a family. There's no going back from this level of betrayal. Then I guess we're done talking. My lawyer will handle everything from here. She hung up on me. 6 years of marriage ended with a dial tone. Rebecca's lawyer immediately filed emergency motions claiming I was mentally unstable and potentially dangerous to Emma. They painted me as an unhinged husband who might take his anger about the paternity issue out on an innocent child. They were using my completely reasonable emotional response to finding out about her lies against me. The manipulation was breathtaking. She'd gone from begging me to forgive her to claiming I was a danger to our daughter in less than 2 weeks. My lawyer warned me this was classic behavior. When emotional manipulation fails, they go full scorched earth. Rebecca was trying to control the narrative by making me look like the bad guy. I had to get a restraining order just to get back into my own house. Turns out changing locks without the other spouse's consent is illegal when both names are on the deed. But the damage was done. Rebecca had already painted me as the unstable party. The worst part was not seeing Emma. Rebecca's lawyer convinced a judge to grant temporary supervised visitation while the custody evaluation was pending. Supervised. My own daughter, who I'd tucked into bed nearly every night for 5 years, and I had to see her in some sterile family services office with a social worker watching our every interaction. Emma was confused and scared. She kept asking why she couldn't come home with Daddy, why we had to meet in this weird place. I told her mommy and daddy were working through some grown-up problems, but that I loved her more than anything. She made me a picture of our family, me, her, and Rebecca holding hands under a rainbow. I barely kept it together. Rebecca wouldn't even look at me when she dropped Emma off or picked her up. This woman who'd shared my bed for 6 years was treating me like a dangerous stranger. My parents were incredible through all this. Mom and Dad immediately said Emma would always be their granddaughter, biology or not. Dad hired me a better lawyer than I could afford on my own. Mom started bringing little presents for Emma during our supervised visits: new coloring books, hair ribbons, her favorite snacks. They made sure Emma knew she was loved and supported no matter what was happening between her parents. Meanwhile, Rebecca's parents took her side completely. Her dad called me a deadbeat who was abandoning his family over his own insecurities. Her mom cried about how I was destroying Emma's life and begging me to just forgive and move on for Emma's sake. They acted like I was the bad guy for discovering their daughter's lies. But here's where Rebecca made her first major mistake. The private investigator my lawyer hired found some very interesting information about her relationship with Marcus. Turns out Rebecca and Marcus hadn't broken up months before we met like she claimed. They were still sleeping together right up until I proposed. The PI found social media messages between them going back years, including some from when Emma was a baby. Nothing romantic necessarily, but enough to show she'd maintained contact despite telling me she'd cut him off completely. More damning, Marcus had another kid with a different woman around the same time Emma was born. The timeline suggested he was juggling multiple relationships when Emma was conceived. He probably had no idea Emma might be his daughter. My lawyer used all this to establish Rebecca's pattern of deception and manipulation. The court-appointed guardian who interviewed Emma several times noted that Emma consistently referred to me as her primary attachment figure. She talked about missing our bedtime stories, our Saturday morning pancakes, how she felt safest when Daddy was there. The custody evaluation took 6 weeks. 6 weeks of seeing my daughter twice a week in a government office, while Rebecca tried to poison the well with claims about my instability and anger issues. But kids don't lie about their feelings. And Emma's feelings were clear. I was her dad, she missed me, and she wanted to come home. The final custody hearing was on a Friday in October. Rebecca's lawyer pulled out every trick in the book, claimed I was only fighting for custody out of spite, argued that discovering Emma's paternity proved I couldn't handle emotional stress appropriately, suggested I might abandon Emma when the novelty of fighting for her wore off. My legal team was ready. We presented evidence of my consistent parenting for 5 years, character witnesses from Emma's teachers, coaches, and daycare providers, documentation of Rebecca's lies, financial manipulation, and attempts to alienate Emma from me. But the turning point came when the guardian made her recommendation. She told the judge that Emma had consistently expressed wanting to live with me, that I was clearly her primary emotional attachment, and that Rebecca's attempts to restrict my access seemed motivated more by anger than Emma's best interests. Judge Martinez was not impressed with Rebecca's tactics. In her exact words, Mrs. Chen's immediate resort to character assassination and financial manipulation following her husband's discovery of her deception suggests a pattern of controlling behavior that prioritizes her own interests over the child's well-being. I got primary custody. Emma would live with me during the school week and spend every other weekend with Rebecca, plus 1 evening a week for dinner. Rebecca also had to pay me child support. The irony was delicious. She tried to drain our accounts and leave me broke, but ended up having to pay me monthly support for the daughter she tried to keep from me. When the ruling came down, Rebecca looked at me with pure hatred and whispered, "You'll regret this when you're stuck raising another man's bastard alone." Even after everything, she still didn't get it. Emma being another man's child changed nothing about how I felt about her. I loved her for who she was, not because of genetics. The divorce was finalized 2 months later. I kept the house since Emma needed stability and all her stuff was there. Rebecca got her share of the remaining assets after legal fees ate up a huge chunk. Last week was Emma's first official week back home permanently. She was so excited to be in her own room again, with her toys and her books and her stuffed animals arranged just how she liked them. We made pancakes Saturday morning like we used to, and she told me all about kindergarten and her friends and everything she'd been saving up to share. "Daddy, I missed you so much," she said, syrup all over her face. "Are you going to live here forever now?" "Forever and always, princess. This is our home." "Good. I don't like the apartment with Mommy. It smells funny and the neighbors are too loud." Apparently Rebecca's new place isn't quite as nice as the house I worked my ass off to buy. Funny how that works out. Rebecca and I only communicate through a co-parenting app now. She's professional but cold during pickups and drop-offs. Word through mutual friends is that she's dating someone new already, some marketing executive she works with. Good for her, I guess. Tells me everything I need to know about how much our marriage actually meant to her. As for Marcus, I still don't know if he's aware Emma exists. Honestly, I don't care anymore. I'm Emma's dad. I earned that title through 5 years of midnight fevers, scraped knees, bedtime stories, and unconditional love. Biology doesn't change that. Emma doesn't know the truth about her biological father yet. My therapist says there's no rush. We'll tell her when she's old enough to understand and process it appropriately. For now, she just knows Mommy and Daddy decided she should live with Daddy because his house is closer to school and he has more time to help with homework. The hardest part is probably still coming. Emma will have questions as she gets older. She'll notice she doesn't look like me. Someday she'll deserve the full truth about how she came to be part of our family, but I'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, I'm focused on being the best dad I can be. Emma's thriving in kindergarten, made the school soccer team, and has adjusted beautifully to our new normal. She talks to Rebecca every few days and seems happy with our custody arrangement. My parents are over the moon having Emma back home regularly. Dad's teaching her to change the oil in my truck. She's very serious about safety glasses. Mom's showing her how to bake cookies from scratch. They never treated her differently when they found out about the paternity situation. Emma is their granddaughter, period. Some nights after Emma's asleep, I think about how different my life could have been if I'd never found out the truth. Part of me wonders if ignorance would have been bliss. But then I remember Rebecca's coldness during the divorce, her willingness to use Emma as a weapon against me, her complete lack of remorse for the lies. I deserve better than that. And Emma deserves better than growing up in a house built on deception. Rebecca gambled that I'd be too scared of losing Emma to fight back when I found out the truth. She thought she could manipulate me into staying silent about her betrayal by threatening to take away the daughter I loved. She was wrong. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And Rebecca played the stupidest game of all. She bet against a father's love for his child. Now Emma's home where she belongs. I've got primary custody, and every time Rebecca has to drop our daughter off at MY house, I can see the regret in her eyes. She lost everything because she couldn't be honest about one night with her ex. Was it worth it, Rebecca? Was 6 years of lying worth losing your family? Because from where I'm sitting, watching Emma do her homework at our kitchen table while dinner cooks in our oven in our house, I'd say I came out pretty damn good. Emma's my daughter. Always has been, always will be. And now it's official. The best part. Last weekend, Emma asked if we could make pancakes for her friends when they come over for her birthday party next month. Of course, princess. Whatever you want. Thanks, Daddy. You're the best dad in the whole world. Yeah, I am. And no DNA test will ever change that. Justice served, family preserved, and one manipulative ex-wife learning that actions have consequences. Sometimes the good guys really do win. 6 months later, life has never been better. Emma's settled completely into our routine, her grades are excellent, and she's made tons of friends in our neighborhood. Rebecca's moved across town with her new boyfriend, apparently living the high life she always wanted. Fine by me. The further away from our peaceful life, the better. Emma still sees her mom every other weekend, but she always seems relieved to come home Sunday nights. Last week she told me her mom's new apartment is okay, but it doesn't feel like family. Kids are smart. They know where they belong. Rebecca tried to pull one last manipulation move last month. She petitioned the court to modify custody, claiming I was alienating Emma from her. The judge took one look at the evidence: Emma's excellent adjustment, her academic performance, the stability of our home life, and denied the motion without even a hearing. Rebecca's lawyer fees for that pointless move cost her another $5,000. Money well wasted. Marcus finally found out about Emma 2 months ago. Mutual friends told him about the divorce and custody battle. He reached out through Facebook asking if Emma was his. I told him to get a paternity test if he was curious, but that Emma already had a dad and didn't need any confusion in her life right now. He never responded. Apparently, the responsibility of being a father wasn't as appealing once it became real. Shocker. Emma's 6th birthday is next month. She wants a princess party with all her kindergarten friends. We've already planned the whole thing: castle decorations, princess dress-up station, and yes, I'll be making pancakes shaped like crowns for all the little guests. Emma's asleep in her room right now, probably dreaming about her upcoming birthday party. Tomorrow we'll make breakfast together. I'll drop her off at school, pick her up for soccer practice, help with homework, read bedtime stories. Just like every other day. Just like her real dad should. And if Rebecca thinks she can ever change that, she's got another thing coming. This dad doesn't back down, doesn't give up, and sure as hell doesn't let anyone hurt his little girl. Game over, Rebecca. I won. Story 4. My wife Lee told me you'll never kick me out of MY house. After I caught her cheating, I said watch me and called my lawyer. 2 years later, she's paying me rent to live in a studio apartment while I'm back in my dream house. Let me start from the beginning. I'm Marcus, 34, and I thought I had it all figured out. Great job in tech, beautiful house I inherited from my grandmother, and what I believed was a solid marriage to Lee, 31, who worked as a district manager for a retail chain. We'd been together for 4 years, married for almost 2. Lee was ambitious, driven, sometimes a little demanding, but I respected her hustle. Looking back, there were red flags I completely ignored. Like how she'd lose her mind if a restaurant got her order wrong, not just complain but make a huge scene until they comped our entire meal. Or how she'd guilt-trip me if I wanted to hang out with my friends instead of going to her work functions. I chalked it up to her being passionate and high maintenance. Everyone has flaws, right? 3 months ago, I was supposed to be in Denver for a client meeting until Friday. Got done early Thursday and decided to surprise Lee with takeout from her favorite Thai place. The house felt weird when I walked in, too quiet. Lee usually had music playing when she worked from home. I set down the food and headed to our home office to find her. Her work laptop was open on the desk, which was strange because she was paranoid about leaving it unattended. Then a message popped up. Last night was incredible. Can't stop thinking about you. Same hotel next week. Jake. My stomach dropped. Jake Morrison, 26, was the assistant manager at her biggest store location. She supervised him directly and always talked about what a hard worker he was. I knew I shouldn't, but I clicked on their chat history. What I found made me physically sick: months of messages. It started innocent enough with work stuff, then flirty comments about her outfits, then full-blown sexting. Hotel reservations, explicit photos, detailed plans for their hookups. She was even using our joint credit card to book rooms, listing them as client entertainment. The photos were the worst part. Lee and Jake in various hotel rooms in his apartment, even in what looked like our guest bathroom. I took screenshots of everything with shaking hands. I heard her car in the driveway and quickly closed the laptop. She walked in humming some pop song, then froze when she saw me. "Marcus, you're back early." Her voice was too bright, fake cheerful. I didn't beat around the bush. "Who's Jake Morrison, Lee?" "He's just someone from work." "Why?" She was trying to sound casual but wouldn't meet my eyes. "Are you sleeping with him?" She laughed, but it came out sharp and nervous. "Seriously, you're going to accuse me of cheating just because I work with a guy? That's incredibly paranoid." I held up my phone showing one of their hotel photos. Her face went white, then bright red. You went through my private work laptop. That's a complete violation of my privacy. How dare you? You're having an affair and you're mad about laptop privacy. My voice was getting louder. Really? She didn't even try to deny it anymore, just got furious. So what if I did? What are you going to do about it, Marcus? She was pacing now, getting more worked up. Maybe if you weren't so boring and predictable, maybe if you actually paid attention to me instead of your stupid video games and work projects, I wouldn't have to find excitement elsewhere. Each word hit like a punch. She kept going, calling me controlling, neglectful, saying I didn't appreciate her career goals, tried to hold her back. It was like she'd been saving up these complaints for months. Then she spotted my grandmother's antique mantel clock on the bookshelf. Before I could react, she grabbed it and smashed it against the wall. "This is your fault," she screamed as pieces scattered across the hardwood. "Everything is always your fault." That clock was one of the few things I had left of Grandma Rose. She'd left me this house and a handful of her treasures when she passed 5 years ago. Something cold settled in my chest. "Get out," I said quietly. "Get out of my house." "Your house," she was shrieking now. "I live here too. This is my home." "Not anymore. Pack a bag. I want you gone tonight." She refused. The argument went on for hours. She'd swing between screaming at me, crying about how Jake meant nothing, then blaming me again. At one point she grabbed a crystal paperweight like she was going to throw it at me. When I flinched, she slammed it down, and then this was the most disturbing part, she took a letter opener and made shallow cuts on her forearm. "Look what you're making me do," she sobbed, holding out her bleeding arm. "You're driving me insane." The cuts weren't deep, clearly for show, but seeing her hurt herself and blame me was terrifying. I didn't know how to handle it. Exhausted and honestly scared of what she might do next, I told her I was staying at my buddy Mike's for the night to let things cool down. I said when I came back tomorrow, I expected her to have a moving plan or be gone. Worst mistake I ever made. I spent a sleepless night on Mike's couch. He listened to the whole story, agreed Lee was completely out of line, and offered to come back with me the next day as backup. Around 2 p.m., Mike and I drove to the house. My key went in the lock but wouldn't turn. She'd changed the locks. I couldn't believe the nerve. I pounded on the door shouting her name. After several minutes, Lee cracked the door open with the chain still on. She had this smug, satisfied look on her face. "Can I help you?" she asked sweetly. "Let me in, Lee. This is my house." "Not according to my lawyer." She held up some official-looking papers through the crack. "I filed for emergency protective order and established residency. You left, Marcus. You abandoned the marital home. I'm staying and you can't come near me." I was stunned. In less than 24 hours, she'd changed the locks, hired a lawyer, and was trying to steal my house while painting me as abusive. Mike tried reasoning with her, but she just smiled and slammed the door. 10 minutes later, a police cruiser pulled up. She'd called them. The two officers listened to my side, then to hers through the door. They were professional but made it clear that since she was legally my wife, had established residency, and claimed to fear me, they couldn't force her to leave or let me in. Trying to force entry could get me arrested. "Sir, for your own good, get a lawyer and handle this through the courts," one officer advised. I was being escorted from my own property while the woman who cheated on me watched from the window. The first thing I did was call David Chen, a divorce attorney my coworker recommended. He was blunt about the situation. "This is going to be ugly," David said. "She's playing hardball with false abuse allegations and property claims. Proving the house is separate property will require extensive documentation, and her claims will complicate everything." That's when the real war began. Lee immediately hired Margaret Walsh, known for being ruthless in high-conflict divorces. Margaret's strategy was simple: destroy my reputation and claim as much of my assets as possible. The harassment started immediately. Since I blocked Lee's number, she started using different phones and apps to contact me. The messages ranged from tearful apologies about Jake being a mistake to screaming voicemails calling me an abusive monster who'd ruined her life. She showed up at Mike's apartment building one night around 11 p.m., somehow got past security, and started pounding on his door demanding I face her like a man. Building security had to escort her out while she screamed about me kidnapping her belongings. The smear campaign was devastating. Lee told everyone we knew that I was secretly seeing someone else, that I'd been emotionally abusive for years, and that her friendship with Jake was just a desperate cry for help because I was so cruel and neglectful. Our mutual friends were getting two completely different versions of events. Some believed her performance, others saw through it, but the drama was splitting our social circle. The most insane incident happened when I needed to get my work computer and medication from the house. David arranged a civil standby. 2 police officers had to supervise my brief visit. The moment Lee saw me walk in behind the cops, she lost it. She clutched her stomach, stumbled, then collapsed on the living room floor wailing. "I'm pregnant with his baby," she screamed. "The stress he's putting me through is causing me to miscarry. He's killing our child." I was floored. We hadn't been intimate for months, long before I discovered the affair. There was zero chance she was pregnant by me. The officers looked uncomfortable. One asked if she needed medical attention. Lee made a big show of trying to sit up bravely, waved her hand weakly, and said she'd be fine. Then she fixed me with a hateful glare and said loud enough for the cops to hear, "He doesn't care about our baby. He probably wants this to happen." It was such an obvious, disgusting lie designed to manipulate the situation and make me look heartless. After I grabbed my stuff, she whispered menacingly as I left, "You'll pay for this, Marcus. I'll make sure you lose everything." Both officers heard her threat and noted it in their report, which David said was helpful. My sister Lauren, who's a corporate lawyer, became my unofficial strategist. She'd never liked Lee, always thought she was selfish and dramatic, but had kept quiet to keep the peace. "Lee is following a classic manipulation playbook," Lauren explained. The sudden victim narrative, the immediate legal escalation, false accusations, self-harm threats, these are all calculated moves to destabilize you and seize control. Don't let her win by reacting emotionally. Stick to facts and let the system work. Lauren was right. Every interaction with Lee was documented, every threatening message saved, every witness statement collected. Meanwhile, Lee's family was putting pressure on me to forgive and forget. Her parents, Robert and Linda Patterson, called multiple times trying to minimize the affair and guilt me into letting Lee stay in the house. Linda did most of the talking. "All marriages have challenges, Marcus. Lee is a very sensitive girl. You walking out like that must have terrified her. She just needs stability, and you know how much she loves that house." When I mentioned Lee destroying my grandmother's clock and cutting herself while blaming me, Linda sighed dramatically. "Oh, she's always been theatrical. She gets that from Robert's side. Don't take it so seriously. Those things can be replaced, but a marriage is precious." Their only concern was Lee's comfort and maintaining her version of reality. It was clear where she'd learned that rules don't apply to her. The legal battle was brutal. Margaret Walsh painted me as a vindictive, controlling husband who'd manufactured the affair accusations to steal the marital home. Lee took the stand and delivered an Oscar-worthy performance, complete with tears and dramatic pauses. She claimed I was emotionally distant, financially controlling despite her having her own income and credit cards, and that Jake was just a mentor relationship that I'd twisted into something sinister because I secretly wanted to sell the house for profit. She even claimed she'd invested substantial money into house improvements, which our forensic accountant easily disproved with bank records. David systematically destroyed her lies with documentation, bank statements showing her reckless spending, including the hotel charges for her affair, screenshots of her explicit messages with Jake, witness testimony from Mike about her unhinged behavior. The fake pregnancy claim was exposed in pre-trial discovery when David requested medical proof. Lee couldn't produce anything, no doctor visits, no ultrasounds, nothing. Her lawyer feebly tried to claim it was a hysterical pregnancy caused by my alleged abuse. Judge Patricia Williams was visibly unimpressed. Lee's courtroom behavior sealed her fate. When David presented evidence of her spending on Jake hotel bills, expensive gifts, fake business trips, she jumped up screaming, "He's lying. I'm the victim here." She actually tried to approach the judge's bench before the bailiff stopped her. During Jake's testimony, which legally compelled him to admit the affair details and Lee's threats to keep him quiet, Lee stood up and screamed across the courtroom, calling him a pathetic, lying coward. Judge Williams warned that another outburst would get her removed. The turning point came during Lee's parents' depositions. David's questioning exposed their pattern of enabling Lee and shielding her from consequences. Linda became increasingly defensive and aggressive, at one point accusing David of bullying her. Robert mostly sat there looking defeated. Their testimony, meant to help Lee, probably hurt her case by showing the dysfunctional family dynamic that created her sense of entitlement. After months of hearings and delays, mostly from Lee's side, Judge Williams issued her ruling. Divorce granted. The house confirmed as my sole separate property with no equity awarded to Lee. Lee had 30 days to vacate. In her summary, Judge Williams noted Lee's egregious conduct throughout proceedings, including false allegations, attempts to manipulate the court, and courtroom outbursts that reflected poorly on her credibility. Moving day was tense. Following David's advice, I arranged another civil standby. Lee was sullen and hostile, dragging out the process as long as possible. After she left, I discovered some vindictive damage, deep scratches on the bedroom floor, crude graffiti hidden behind furniture, and several sentimental items missing. Nothing worth pursuing legally but her final petty signature on this nightmare. As the officers escorted her out, she said loud enough for everyone to hear, "He'll regret this." People like him always get what's coming to them. The only bitter part was spousal support. Because Lee lost her job after the affair became known at her company, the court ordered me to pay temporary support for 18 months. It's not much, but it stings writing those checks to someone who put me through hell. David explained its standard to allow a transition period regardless of conduct, unless there's criminal fraud involved. Small price for my freedom. Now I'm rebuilding. New high-security locks, security system, the works. The house feels peaceful again, quiet in a good way. 2 months after Lee moved out, I got an interesting call. Jake Morrison reached out to apologize and share some information. Turns out Lee had been manipulating him too, promising to leave me for him, then threatening his job when he tried to end things. He was just a naive kid who got caught up in her web. Jake also mentioned that word about Lee's behavior had spread throughout her company's district. Her reputation was completely destroyed, and she was essentially blacklisted from similar positions in the area. 6 months later, through mutual acquaintances, I heard Lee was working part-time at a department store and living in a studio apartment across town. Her parents had cut back their financial support after learning more details about her behavior during the divorce. Last month, exactly 18 months after the divorce, I made my final spousal support payment. I actually celebrated by having a small party with Mike, Lauren, and a few other friends who'd stood by me. The best part, I met Sarah 3 months ago at a hiking group. She's kind, genuine, and most importantly, drama-free. We're taking things slow, but she's already met Lauren and they get along great. Lee, meanwhile, apparently tried to reconnect with Jake after her divorce was final, but he'd moved back to his home state and blocked her on everything. She's also attempted to contact me a few times through fake social media accounts, but I screenshot everything and send it to David. He keeps a file just in case. The house feels like home again. I've redecorated the living room where she destroyed my grandmother's clock, turning it into a reading nook with built-in bookshelves. Grandma Rose would have loved it. I'm in my dream house, dating an amazing woman, and Lee is exactly where her choices led her. Sometimes karma doesn't need any help, it just needs time to work. For anyone wondering about Jake, he actually sent me a LinkedIn message last year. He'd moved back to Wisconsin, was engaged to his college girlfriend, and wanted to thank me for not destroying his life during the divorce proceedings. He said witnessing Lee's courtroom behavior and learning about her manipulation tactics was a wake-up call that probably saved him from making bigger mistakes. I told him we were both victims of Lee's manipulation, and I hoped he'd learn to trust his instincts in the future. He seems to be doing well. As for Lee, I genuinely hope she eventually gets the help she needs and stops hurting people. But that's not my problem anymore. My problem is deciding what color to paint the guest bedroom and whether Sarah wants to come to my company's holiday party next month. Life is good when you're not walking on eggshells around someone who thinks rules don't apply to them. The best part of the whole ordeal. I kept every single one of those threatening voicemails and crazy text messages. Every few months, when I'm feeling too comfortable or thinking about reaching out to old mutual friends who chose Lee's side, I listen to one of those unhinged rants about how I'm a monster who destroyed her life by having the audacity to divorce her for cheating. Instant reality check. Some people never change, and that's exactly why they end up alone. Story 5. My girlfriend Madison claimed she was too depressed to make plans, while secretly using my emergency credit card to live like a queen. The breaking point. She charged a $2,800 romantic weekend in Napa Valley with some fitness influencer named Tyler. I'm Connor, 24, software developer in Austin. This story still makes my hands shake when I think about it. Met Madison at a house party last March. I was nursing a beer in the corner, avoiding small talk, when this blonde girl plopped down next to me. "These parties are the worst," she said, scrolling through her phone. "Everyone's so fake." She had this tired look in her eyes that I recognized, like she was fighting something invisible, made me want to protect her immediately. "First world problems," I said. "Exactly." She looked up from her phone. "I'm Madison. Connor." No fireworks. Just two introverts calling out the same bullshit. Sometimes that's more dangerous than love at first sight. We talked for hours that night. She told me about her anxiety, how social media made her feel worthless, how she dropped out of college because panic attacks made her physically sick during exams. I opened up about my own depression. How coding was the only thing that made sense when my brain was trying to convince me I was worthless. When I finished, she grabbed my hand. Finally, someone who gets it. That should have been my first red flag. Not the connection, but how quickly she made it about her finding someone who understood her, never asking if I felt understood too. She lived in Dallas, I was in Austin, 3-hour drive. We started texting constantly. By May, I was driving up every weekend. By June, she was staying at my place half the time. Here's what I didn't notice at first: I was doing all the work. I always drove to her, made dinner reservations, planned everything, started every serious conversation. Even sex felt like something I had to initiate and guide. "I'm not good at taking charge," Madison told me one night. "My anxiety makes me freeze up when I have to make decisions. But I love how you handle everything. It makes me feel safe." That word, safe, became her excuse for everything. Cancel plans. Sorry, panic attack hit and I literally couldn't function. Never plan dates herself. Making decisions overwhelms me, but I love everything you choose. Disappear for hours without responding. I was spiraling, babe, you know how I get. Look, I've been in therapy for depression. I know what it's like when your brain is trying to kill you. So I became her rock, the stable one, the boyfriend who wouldn't bail when things got hard. But months went by and I realized I felt more like a caretaker than a partner. The good moments kept me hooked though. She'd curl up next to me while I coded, playing with my hair, telling me random stories about her childhood. Those perfect hours made everything else feel worth it. But they got rarer and rarer. By summer, Madison was glued to her phone even during dates. "Instagram is literally my job, babe," she said, scrolling through comments while I sat across from her at dinner. I can't just ignore it, except she wasn't making much money. By July, she was behind on rent again. "I hate asking, but could you help me out? Just this once. My anxiety ruined another brand deal and I'm totally screwed." Of course I helped. What kind of boyfriend lets their girlfriend get evicted? But just this once became every month, then twice a month. By August, I was covering most of her rent plus my own. She always had a story too. "I couldn't post this week because I was too depressed. Lost another client because of my panic attacks." "You're literally saving my life right now." I don't deserve you. That last line should have been a massive red flag. But when someone's drowning, you throw them a rope, right? The worst part wasn't even the money. It was how any conversation about our relationship ended in complete shutdown. I think we need to talk about, oh God, I'm spiraling. Can we please not do this right now? I can't handle conflict when I'm like this. Later never came. And if I mentioned my own stress, work problems, or the loneliness of carrying our entire relationship, she'd redirect immediately. That sucks, babe. Oh, did I tell you Instagram is shadow banning me again? I stopped talking about my problems. What was the point? By September, I was walking on eggshells around her moods. Always careful, always accommodating, always absorbing her emotional chaos while pretending I didn't have any of my own. She said something once that should have woken me up. I just want someone who loves me without expecting me to perform happiness all the time. But that's exactly what I was doing, performing stability so she could fall apart, performing love as a full-time job, performing the role of the boyfriend who would never leave. I thought that's what good boyfriends did, take care of their partner no matter what. By October, I was completely drained. Madison had stopped our weekend visits almost entirely. I can't handle the pressure of plans, she told me. What if I'm having a bad day? What if I can't be good company? So I stopped making plans. Waited for her to suggest something. She never did. The daily calls stopped too. She'd text instead, too exhausted to talk tonight, anxiety is really bad. Then every other day. Then just silence. But here's what was weird. Her Instagram was more active than ever. Stories every few hours, posts about self-care and mental health awareness, pictures of expensive coffee and designer workout clothes. If she was too depressed to talk to her boyfriend, how was she posting aesthetic content like a full-time influencer? When I brought it up, she made me feel crazy. God, you're monitoring my social media now. I schedule posts in advance, Connor. Just because I'm posting doesn't mean I'm okay inside. The gaslighting was insane. She had me questioning my own eyes. Meanwhile, the money requests kept coming, actually increased. My anxiety is affecting my work so bad, she told me in late October. I missed 3 deadlines this week, might lose my biggest client. Another rent payment. Another emergency. Another promise to pay me back when her mental health stabilized. I was covering almost all her living expenses now. My savings were disappearing fast. Started taking extra freelance projects, working 14-hour days to keep up with both our bills. But I couldn't complain about being tired. She was dealing with so much. Couldn't mention the financial stress because it would trigger her guilt. Couldn't ask when she'd pay me back because that was pressuring her recovery. I was trapped in this dynamic where supporting her meant never mentioning the cost to myself. November was worse. She barely responded to texts at all. When she did, it was always about her struggles, her mental health, her needs. Never asked how I was doing. Never asked about my work or my life. It was like dating a black hole. Everything went in, nothing came back. I started having panic attacks myself, lying awake wondering what I'd done wrong. Nausea every time my phone buzzed, never knowing if it would be another crisis or another bill. My buddy Jake could see I was falling apart. "Dude, you look like death," he said when we grabbed drinks. "When's the last time you actually slept?" "I'm fine, just busy with work." This is about Madison, isn't it? You never talk about her anymore. He was right. I'd stopped mentioning her because what was I supposed to say? That my girlfriend only contacted me when she needed money or emotional support. She's going through a really rough patch. Depression is serious stuff. Jake stared at me. When's the last time she asked how you're doing? The question hit me like a truck, because the answer was never. In 8 months of her crises and emergencies, she had never once asked about mine. She's dealing with a lot. That's not what I asked, man. I changed the subject. But the question stuck. When had Madison ever shown genuine interest in my well-being? When had she offered support instead of just taking it? I couldn't remember a single time. December brought the real betrayal. Not dramatic movie stuff, just a slow, horrible realization that everything I believed was a lie. It started with Jake scrolling through Instagram at a bar. He suddenly went quiet. "Dude," he said, showing me his phone. Isn't this your girl? It was a story from some fitness influencer called it Tyler Gets Shredded. The story showed Madison at what looked like a luxury resort, sitting by an infinity pool in Napa Valley. She was wearing a bikini I'd never seen, laughing at something off camera. Her arms were around a ripped guy with perfect teeth and an expensive watch. My stomach dropped. Who's this Tyler guy? Some fitness influencer, Jake said, scrolling. Looks like they're at that fancy resort in Napa. I knew that place. Madison had mentioned it before, called it her dream destination for when she made it big as an influencer. But she was supposed to be home in Dallas, too depressed to leave her apartment. She'd canceled our plans because she was having too many bad days to commit to anything. Maybe it's an old photo, Jake suggested, but we both knew it wasn't. The story was timestamped 3 hours ago. I excused myself, went to the bathroom, called Madison, straight to voicemail, texted, "Hey, how are you feeling today?" No response. I spent the rest of the night in a fog trying to process what I'd seen. Maybe it was innocent, maybe Tyler was just a friend, maybe I was overreacting, but something in my gut told me I was about to discover something terrible. The next morning she finally texted back, "Sorry for being MIA yesterday, had a really bad episode, barely got out of bed, feeling a little better today though." I stared at the message. Then looked at the Instagram story again, still there. Madison definitely not in bed, definitely not having an episode, definitely not in Dallas. "Glad you're feeling better," I typed back. "What helped? Anything specific?" "Just sleep mostly. Watched Netflix all day, nothing exciting." Bold-faced lie, calculated, shameless lie. I wanted to confront her immediately, but something held me back. Maybe I needed to understand how deep this went. So I did something I'd never done. I started investigating my own girlfriend. I logged into our shared banking app, something I'd been too trusting to check regularly. What I found made my blood run cold. A charge for $2,847.63 at the Auberge du Soleil in Napa Valley. Booked 2 days ago. Charged to my emergency credit card, the one I'd given her months ago for real emergencies and completely forgotten about. She'd used my money to go on a romantic getaway with another man, while telling me she was too depressed to function. But it got so much worse. I scrolled back through months of charges, restaurants I'd never been to, boutique shopping sprees on days she'd claimed to be broke. A $400 massage on a Tuesday she said she couldn't get out of bed, all charged to my emergency card, all while she was texting me directly asking for help with rent, groceries, basic living expenses. I'd been funding her entire secret life. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I felt physically sick. How long had this been going on? How much money had she stolen? I kept scrolling, kept finding evidence. A pattern emerged. She'd use my card for fun stuff, then ask me directly for money for necessities. Double dipping. Making sure she was covered while living like she had unlimited funds. The worst part wasn't even the money. It was the lies. All those canceled plans, all those claims of being too depressed to leave the house, all those times she'd made me feel guilty for wanting basic relationship things like communication and reciprocity. She wasn't too depressed to function. She was too busy living a double life. I sat in my apartment for hours, staring at the evidence on my phone. Part of me wanted to call her immediately, demand explanations. But a bigger part knew I needed to think this through. Because this wasn't just cheating or lying. This was systematic manipulation. Financial abuse disguised as mental health struggles. She'd weaponized her anxiety to control me. Turned my empathy into a tool for exploitation. I thought about all the times I'd swallowed my frustration because she was struggling. All the times I'd gone without things I needed because she had an emergency. All the times I'd felt guilty for wanting her to show up for me the way I showed up for her. It was all calculated, every single bit. The final piece of evidence came on a Wednesday morning, delivered with the casual cruelty that only technology provides. I was making coffee, trying to focus on a work project when my phone buzzed. Madison's name on the screen. But when I opened the message, I knew immediately it wasn't meant for me. "He's still sending money. I don't even have to ask any more, lol." 8 words that shattered whatever denial I had left. I screenshotted it immediately. Funny how clarity steadies your hands. When you finally see the truth, the uncertainty ends. 20 minutes later, another text. OMG, wrong person. That was about my dad helping with car stuff, haha. Even her cover-up was lazy. I'd been helping her with car payments for months. She told me her dad was out of the picture. That was one of the sob stories that initially bonded us. For the first time in 8 months, I just didn't respond. Instead, I spent the day building a case. Screenshots of Instagram stories, printouts of every fraudulent charge, a timeline of her lies versus her actual activities, bank statements showing how much money I'd transferred. The numbers were staggering. Almost $6,000 in direct transfers, plus another $4,200 in charges to my emergency card. Over $10,000 to support someone who was actively deceiving me. But the financial abuse was just the surface. The real damage was psychological. Months of being made to feel like my needs were unreasonable, my expectations too high, my desire for basic reciprocity selfish and demanding. She'd convinced me that love meant being a bottomless well of support while expecting nothing in return. Bullshit. All of it. I texted her to meet me in Dallas, neutral territory. Coffee tomorrow, we should catch up in person. Yes, I've missed you so much, babe. I'm in such a better headspace now. The heart emoji felt like a slap. How do you send heart emojis to someone you're actively robbing? We met at a Starbucks near her apartment. I arrived early, chose a corner table where we could talk privately. She walked in 15 minutes late, looking gorgeous as always. New designer jacket I'd probably paid for without knowing it, hugged me like nothing had happened. You look tired, she said, sitting down. Have you been sleeping okay? The audacity was actually impressive. 3 months of ghosting me and she opens with concern about my sleep. I've been better, I said, placing a manila folder on the table. We need to talk. Her eyes flicked to the folder, then back to my face. I watched something shift in her expression. That looks serious, she said with a laugh that didn't reach her eyes. I opened the folder, pulled out the Napa Valley receipt, placed it between us. When did depression become an excuse to turn me into your personal ATM? She stared at the paper. I watched her face cycle through surprise, calculation, defensiveness. I can explain, she started. Don't. I pulled out the next document, the text message printed in black and white. He's still sending money, I don't even have to ask anymore. Her face went white. Connor, was any of it real? I kept my voice calm. The anxiety, the emergencies, the inability to make plans or show basic affection. She opened her mouth, closed it. For the first time since I'd known her, Madison was speechless. I pulled out more evidence, credit card statements, Instagram screenshots, bank transfers totaling over $6,000. You know what's really messed up, I continued. I was actually worried about you. All those times you disappeared, claimed you were spiraling, I genuinely thought you were suffering. I felt guilty for wanting normal relationship things. She found her voice. I was suffering. My anxiety is real, Connor. Just because I sometimes did other things doesn't mean, stop. The word came out sharper than I intended. Don't insult my intelligence by pretending this was about mental health. Something changed in her face then. The vulnerable, anxious girl disappeared, replaced by someone cold and calculating. Fine, she said, leaning back in her chair. You want honesty? Let's be honest. I waited. You were convenient, Connor, not exciting. Not challenging, just safe, predictable. You made my life easier. There it was, the truth I'd been avoiding for months. I never lied about needing help, she continued. I just didn't expect you to give so much without asking questions. That's on you. So this is my fault. You made yourself available to be used. You threw money at me without me even asking half the time. You wanted to be the hero. Congratulations. You got exactly what you asked for. I felt something crystallize inside me, cold clarity I'd never experienced before. And Tyler, she shrugged, he's fun, spontaneous. He doesn't try to fix me or manage my emotions. He just lets me be myself. On my credit card. You gave me that card for emergencies. It was an emergency. I needed a break from all this relationship pressure. The casual cruelty was breathtaking. She'd taken my love, my money, my trust, and turned it all against me. "Let me ask you something," I said, pulling out the last document, printouts of all the supportive messages I'd sent during her supposed breakdowns. "When you were reading these, when I was trying to help you through your episodes, what did you feel?" She looked at the messages, then back at me. For a moment, I thought I saw something human flicker across her face. But it disappeared quickly. "Relief," she said with a shrug, "that you were handling things so I didn't have to. And that was it, the final piece. I wasn't dealing with someone who'd made mistakes. I was dealing with someone who felt nothing when I poured my heart out trying to help her." I gathered the papers and stood up. "Where are you going?" she asked, sounding uncertain for the first time. "Away from you." "Connor, wait. We can work this out. I know I made mistakes, but don't light yourself on fire to keep someone else warm," I said, walking toward the door. "Wish someone had told me that 8 months ago." I didn't go home to Austin right away. Spent 2 days in a Dallas hotel putting my life back together piece by piece. First, damage control. Canceled the emergency card, changed every password, closed every shared account. Over $10,000 gone, expensive lesson learned. Then the goodbye, one final text. "Madison, all accounts are closed, the credit card is canceled. Please don't contact me, we have nothing left to discuss." I turned off my phone for 24 hours, took long walks, ordered room service. For the first time in months, I slept through the night. When I turned it back on, chaos waited. 73 missed calls. Voicemails ranging from tearful apologies to blame to threats. I listened to them all once, then deleted everything, blocked her everywhere. No more crisis mode. 2 weeks later, the flying monkeys started calling. Her friends, her sister, even her mom. "Madison is devastated," her sister Emily told me. "She says you just abandoned her when she needed you most. That's not like you, Connor." "You're right," I said. "The old me would have stayed and let her destroy me, but I'm not that person anymore. She's been having panic attacks every day since you left. She can barely function." Funny how she could function just fine when she was spending my money in Napa Valley. Silence. Then, "What are you talking about?" I almost felt bad for Emily. She probably had no idea what Madison was really like. "Ask Madison about Tyler and the Auberge du Soleil," I said. "Then ask yourself if someone having panic attacks can plan romantic getaways." Emily never called back. A month later, Madison's mom tried. "I don't know what happened between you two," she said, "but Madison is really struggling. She's behind on rent again and her mental health is worse than ever." "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "But I'm not her therapist, her bank, or her boyfriend anymore. She really loved you, Connor. She's just complicated." "No, she's manipulative. There's a difference." The calls stopped after that. Work became my sanctuary again. No more drama, no more emotional labor. My mind was clear for the first time in months, and it showed. Landed 2 new clients, got promoted. Money started coming back. I took a solo trip to Hawaii last month. First real vacation in years. Worked mornings, surfed in the afternoons. No one to manage, no crises to solve, no emotional labor to perform. For the first time in 8 months, I felt peace. Jake met me for drinks when I got back. "You look different," he said. "Lighter." "I feel different, like I can breathe again." Any word from Madison, blocked everywhere. Best decision I ever made. He raised his beer. "To dodging bullets. To learning what I'm worth. I'm dating again now, slowly, carefully, but with clear boundaries from day one. If someone can't reciprocate basic affection, I'm out. If they use mental health as an excuse to avoid accountability, I'm out. If they expect me to fund their life without contributing anything back, I'm definitely out. I'm not anyone's emotional support system anymore. I'm my own person again. And that feels pretty damn good. The crazy part, I ran into Madison at a coffee shop last week. She was with some new guy, looked healthy and happy. No sign of the crippling anxiety that supposedly made her life unlivable. She saw me, waved like we were old friends. Had the audacity to mouth, "How are you?" with this bright smile. I just nodded and kept walking. Didn't feel angry anymore. Didn't feel hurt. Just nothing. Because I finally understood what she'd taught me. Some people are takers. They'll drain you dry while convincing you it's love. They'll weaponize your empathy against you. But you don't have to light yourself on fire to keep someone else warm. You can just walk away. Best $10,000 I ever lost, because it bought me something priceless, the knowledge of what I'll never tolerate again. Story 6. My ex-fiancée told me that sleeping with her life coach was part of her healing journey. I let her finish talking, then placed my phone on the table and showed her the wedding cancellation receipts. What happened next made her go completely silent. So this just happened and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Rachel and I were together for 3 years, engaged for 6 months. Our wedding was supposed to be last Saturday at the Highlands Ranch Country Club. Instead, I'm writing this at 1 a.m. because sleep isn't happening and I need to get this story out of my head. Here's the background. About 4 months ago, Rachel started getting really into this whole wellness thing. It began innocently enough: morning meditation, green smoothies, crystals all over our apartment. Whatever makes her happy, right? I'm not the type to judge someone's hobbies, but then she found Sage. Sage runs this feminine empowerment coaching business out of some converted warehouse in Rhino. Real name is probably Susan, but apparently Susan doesn't capture her divine essence or whatever. Rachel started going to these group sessions twice a week, then individual coaching sessions, then weekend workshops. At first I thought it was good for her. Rachel had always struggled with confidence at work, and if this life coach could help her find her voice, awesome. But slowly, everything started changing. She'd come home from these sessions talking like a completely different person. Mike, Sage helped me realize that I've been living in a patriarchal mindset that doesn't honor my feminine intuition. Mike, traditional relationship structures are just social conditioning. Mike, are you threatened by my spiritual growth? Every conversation somehow circled back to what Sage thought about our relationship, my emotional availability, whether I was holding space for her authentic self. I tried to be supportive, but honestly it was getting weird how much influence this woman had over my fiancé. The sessions kept getting more intense. Every Tuesday and Thursday night, plus full weekend retreats once a month. Rachel would disappear for entire days and come back talking about breakthrough moments and releasing limiting beliefs. She started dressing differently, talking differently, even walking differently. 2 weeks before our wedding, Rachel came home from one of Sage's weekend intensives looking nervous as hell. She was pacing around our living room, playing with her engagement ring, not making eye contact. Finally, she sits me down on the couch and says, "Mike, I had a major realization this weekend. Sage helped me understand that if our love is truly authentic, it should be able to survive any test the universe puts in front of us." I immediately got that sinking feeling in my stomach. What kind of test? I need to go on a deep healing retreat with Sage to really understand whether what we have is genuine soul love or just comfort and habit. I asked when, where, how long. She got super vague and defensive. It's about following divine timing, not getting trapped in logistics and control patterns. Then she drops the real bomb. If our connection is real, you won't try to limit or control this process. This conversation is happening on a Tuesday night. Our wedding is Saturday. We've got 200 people coming. My parents flew in from Phoenix. Her whole family is driving down from Fort Collins. The final payment to the caterer is due Thursday. I said, "Rachel, it sounds like you're using spiritual language to back out of our wedding." She immediately got defensive and started raising her voice. This is exactly the kind of closed-minded reaction Sage warned me about. Your need to control my journey proves we have deeper work to do. I tried explaining that timing matters. We have commitments to our families, our vendors, each other. She just kept repeating these phrases that sounded straight from Sage's mouth. Love without freedom is possession. Authentic partnership honors individual growth. The universe doesn't operate on human schedules. Wednesday morning, I wake up at 6 a.m. and Rachel's side of the bed is cold, empty. I check the bathroom, the kitchen, call her name. Nothing. Then I see the note on the kitchen counter. "Mike, I'm following my truth and trusting the universe to guide me. I know this seems sudden, but Sage says authentic transformation doesn't wait for convenient timing. Be back soon. Trust the process. Love and light, Rachel." That's when it hit me. The person I was about to marry just abandoned our wedding, our families, our entire 3-year relationship because some life coach told her to follow her truth. I called my best friend Jake first. He lives downtown and has always been the practical voice in my life. Told him everything. Long silence then. Dude, she basically just broke up with you and left town with her guru. You need to cancel this wedding right now. But what if she comes back? What if this is just cold feet? Mike, normal people with cold feet don't disappear 3 days before their wedding without leaving a phone number. So I spent Wednesday and Thursday making the worst phone calls of my entire life. The venue coordinator was actually pretty understanding. Lost about $8,000 in deposits, but saved another $18,000 in final payments. Had to call my parents, her parents, all 4 grandparents, the entire wedding party, our priest. Had to take 2 sick days from work because I literally could not concentrate on spreadsheets while my life was falling apart. The reactions were all over the place. My parents were shocked but immediately supportive. "We're proud of you for having standards," my mom said. Rachel's parents kept calling me back asking if I was overreacting to pre-wedding anxiety and whether we could postpone instead of cancel. By Friday, word had spread through our entire friend group. Text messages, social media posts, phone calls. About half our mutual friends thought I did the right thing. Half thought I should have been more understanding of her personal growth journey. Lost some friendships over this. Saturday came and went. The day that should have been the best day of my life. Instead of getting married, I spent it at Jake's apartment, barely able to eat anything, playing video games with his roommates because it was the only thing that kept my brain from spiraling. My phone stayed silent all weekend. No calls, no texts, no updates about Rachel's spiritual awakening. Complete radio silence. Monday evening around 7 p.m., my phone finally rings. Rachel's name on the screen. My hands literally started shaking when I answered. "Mike, oh my God, I just had the most incredible, life-changing experience. The universe showed me so clearly that we're meant to be together forever. Say, help me work through all my commitment fears, and I understand now that what we have is real soul-level connection. I'm ready to come home and plan our wedding for real this time." I hung up, couldn't even process what she just said. She called right back. I declined, called again, declined again. Then the text messages started. "Why aren't you answering? I have so much to share with you. I know you must have been worried, but Sage says that was part of the healing process. Mike, please call me back. I'm ready to come home now." She's been calling and texting nonstop for the past week. I found out she's staying at her sister Emma's place, telling anyone who will listen that I'm being emotionally immature and resistant to growth. Am I completely insane here? Was I supposed to just smile and postpone our wedding while my fiancée went off to find herself with her life coach? Because apparently that's what I should have done. I haven't slept properly in days. Lost about 10 pounds because I can barely force myself to eat. Keep having these moments where I wonder if I completely overreacted, but then I remember waking up alone with that ridiculous note and I get angry all over again. 2 weeks later, Rachel was still blowing up my phone. Every day, sometimes multiple times. Always the same message. "The retreat proved our love is stronger than fear. This experience made me a better partner." She started leaving gifts outside my apartment building. Crystals, sage bundles, handwritten letters about divine timing and soul recognition. My neighbors started asking if I was okay because this woman kept showing up at random hours crying in the hallway. Last Tuesday, I finally agreed to meet her at a Starbucks near my office. Probably a mistake, but I needed some kind of closure and she wasn't going to stop until I talked to her. She looked completely different. New haircut, different clothes, this weird serene expression like she was performing a role. Her whole energy felt rehearsed. "Mike, I know you're hurt and confused, but you have to understand. What Sage and I experienced was pure spiritual connection. We explored sacred feminine energy and discovered dimensions of love that most people never access in their entire lives." I interrupted her. "Rachel, I need you to be completely honest with me. Did you and Sage have a romantic and physical relationship during this retreat?" Long pause. She looked down at her hands, then back at me with this peaceful smile. Physical intimacy was part of the healing process. Say, helped me understand that my fears around sexuality and commitment were blocking my spiritual evolution. What we shared was sacred. I actually started laughing. Out loud in this crowded Starbucks. People were staring, but I couldn't stop. So you cheated on me 3 days before our wedding, and now you want me to celebrate it as personal growth. You're reducing something beautiful and transformative into something crude and possessive. That's when I saw the manipulation pattern everyone on Reddit had warned me about. She wasn't apologizing. She wasn't acknowledging that she'd hurt me. She was actually mad at me for not appreciating her spiritual journey. I pulled out my phone and started showing her screenshots. All the vendor cancellation emails, text threads with family members explaining why the wedding was off, the list of deposits we'd lost. This is reality, Rachel. While you were transcending limitations with Sage, I was dealing with the actual consequences of your choices. Your parents think I'm an asshole. Half our friends won't talk to me. I lost $8,000 and had to borrow money from my brother. Her face went completely white. You actually canceled everything, the whole wedding. What exactly did you think would happen? That I'd call 200 people and say, hey, the bride is off exploring sacred sexuality, let's postpone this thing. She started crying then. Real tears for the first time since she'd been back. I thought you'd wait for me. I thought you'd understand this was about becoming a better version of myself for our relationship. No, Rachel. This was about you wanting to sleep with someone else without consequences. That's when the conversation completely went off the rails. She started yelling about how I was emotionally stunted and threatened by feminine power and unable to grow beyond traditional relationship models. When I stood up to leave, she grabbed my wrist and said we could do couples therapy, take a break, whatever I needed. But I was done listening. That was 3 weeks ago. This past month has been an absolute nightmare. Her family is furious with me. Her dad called me last Friday night, clearly drunk, asking why I'm throwing away 3 years over one mistake. Started lecturing me about forgiveness and second chances. Her mom sent me this long text about how real love requires accepting your partner's growth process and how I'm being rigid and unforgiving. Only her sister Emma has been reasonable, texting me privately that she saw this coming months ago. Sage was always weird and controlling, she said. I tried to warn Rachel, but she wouldn't listen to anyone. But here's the thing, I'm not as angry anymore. I'm exhausted and sad and disappointed, but the rage has mostly faded. This whole situation showed me exactly who Rachel becomes when things get difficult or uncomfortable. Someone asked about the financial damage. Yeah, losing $8,000 completely wiped out my savings. Had to borrow $6,000 from my older brother Tom to cover everything. The stress also messed up my work performance. I missed a major client deadline because I literally couldn't focus for more than 5 minutes. My boss was understanding, but I definitely lost some credibility. A month later, I thought this nightmare was finally winding down. Rachel seemed to be accepting reality, her family was backing off. Life was slowly getting back to normal. I was completely wrong. Last Monday happened. I'm at work around 3 p.m. trying to catch up on the projects I'd fallen behind on when my assistant Lisa buzzes my desk phone. There's a woman here who says she needs to speak with you about Rachel. Should I send her back? I figured it was Emma with some family update. Sure, send her in. It was Sage. She walked into my office wearing this flowing white dress, about 20 different necklaces, and smelling like she'd bathed in patchouli oil. Sat down across from my desk without being invited. Mike, I felt called to come here today and clear the air about what happened between Rachel and me. You need to leave, right now. Rachel has been completely devastated since you rejected her spiritual growth. What we shared was sacred feminine energy work, designed to help her release the patriarchal conditioning that was preventing her authentic self from emerging. She's been crying every day since you refused to honor her journey. What you shared was my fiancé. Get out of my office. She looked genuinely offended by my language. Your crude, possessive reaction proves Rachel's point about your spiritual immaturity. You're trapped in toxic masculine patterns that prevent authentic intimacy. I called building security immediately. While we waited, she kept explaining how the universe orchestrated our entire connection and how my resistance to truth was actually a beautiful opportunity for growth. As security escorted her out, she yelled loud enough for the entire floor to hear. Rachel's soul is calling for freedom. You can't cage a divine goddess. My coworkers spent the rest of the day asking what the hell that was about. Had to explain to my boss that it was personal drama from my canceled wedding. Now everyone at work knows my ex-fiancé left me for some wellness guru. The next day, Emma texted me that Rachel's been telling her entire yoga class that we're working things out and that the wedding is just postponed temporarily. She's living in complete denial about where we actually stand. Even worse, she apparently borrowed $4,000 from her parents for some couples healing intensive at a resort in Sedona. Her dad called me yesterday morning asking if I'll help cover the costs since it's both our responsibility to fix what's broken. I said absolutely not. Now her entire family sees me as the heartless ex-fiancé who's bankrupting their daughter by refusing to take responsibility for relationship problems. But that's not my problem to solve anymore. 2 months after this whole thing started, I finally decided to get back out there. I met Ashley through my coworker's girlfriend. She's a kindergarten teacher, loves rock climbing and cooking. We started with coffee, then dinner, taking everything really slow. She knows the basic story of my recent breakup, but I haven't dumped all the crazy details on her. Last Saturday night, Ashley and I decided to try Mercantile, this farm-to-table place in Union Station. We were having an amazing evening, actually laughing and having fun for the first time in months, when I see Rachel walk through the front door. Right behind her, like a shadow, is Sage in full spiritual costume. My stomach immediately dropped. Later, I found out how they tracked us down. I'd been lazy about blocking Rachel on Instagram, figured she'd gotten the message by now. Ashley had posted a story that showed the restaurant's distinctive exposed brick and Edison bulb lighting. Rachel recognized Mercantile immediately since we'd celebrated her birthday there last year. Rachel makes a beeline straight to our table. Ashley looks confused but stays remarkably calm, which I really appreciated. "Mike, we need to talk right now." "Rachel, I'm on a date. Please leave us alone." She stares at Ashley like she's some random person sitting in her chair. "I'm his fiancé." Ashley, without missing a beat. "Ex-fiancé, from what I understand." That's when Rachel completely lost it. "You don't know anything about our relationship. We're working through a temporary separation." I stand up immediately. "Rachel, stop this. We're not working through anything. We're done. Completely finished." Sage approaches with her typical dramatic whisper. "Mike, the universe clearly guided Rachel here tonight to show you that your souls are still energetically connected. This synchronicity is a divine message about." "The universe didn't guide anyone anywhere," I cut her off. "You two followed us here like stalkers." The entire restaurant is staring now, other people pulling out phones. Rachel starts crying, but it's angry, desperate crying. "You moved on that fast. 3 years meant absolutely nothing to you. 3 years meant everything to me. That's exactly why what you did hurt so much." Ashley squeezes my hand under the table. "Maybe we should go somewhere else." As we stand to leave, Rachel grabs my other arm. "She'll never love you like I do. She doesn't understand your soul the way I do. She'll never abandon me the way you did." That completely broke something inside Rachel. She started screaming about destiny and soul contracts, and how I'd regret this forever, and how Ashley was just a rebound who could never understand our cosmic connection. The manager came over asking them to leave. Security had to physically escort them out while Rachel sobbed and Sage chanted something that might have been Sanskrit. Ashley and I finished dinner at a quieter place in Lodu. She handled the entire situation with incredible grace, even making jokes about my complicated romantic history. But later that evening, she was honest about her concerns. "I really like you, Mike, but I have to say, that was intense. I've never dated someone with this kind of ongoing drama. It's honestly a little scary." I can't blame her for that reaction. Most people don't expect their casual Saturday night dinner to turn into a spiritual intervention. The next morning, Emma texted me with an update. Rachel had a complete emotional breakdown after the restaurant scene. She finally admitted to her family that I wasn't coming back and that she'd destroyed the love of her life over a stupid, selfish decision. Her parents are absolutely furious at Sage now. Turns out they did some research after the intervention failed. Found online reviews and testimonials from 4 other women describing almost identical situations. Same pattern every time. They confronted Sage directly, threatened legal action if she continued contacting Rachel. Rachel has cut all contact with Sage and moved back in with her parents. Emma says she's doing therapy twice a week and finally taking real responsibility for her choices. Part of me does feel bad for her. She got manipulated by someone who clearly saw her pre-wedding anxiety as an opportunity. But that doesn't change the choices she made or erase what she put me through. Yesterday, I got a handwritten letter from Rachel. 4 pages on her old stationery, complete apology, no excuses, no spiritual bullshit or mystical justifications. She ended with, "I know I can't undo what I did. I just hope someday you can remember the good parts of our relationship without anger. You deserved so much better than what I gave you." It was the first time she'd taken complete responsibility without trying to manipulate the situation or justify her actions. Too little, too late, but it did give me some closure. I texted back, "Thank you for the honesty. I genuinely wish you well." Ashley and I are still figuring things out. She's incredibly patient, but I can tell she sometimes gets worried when my phone rings. She was honest about needing reassurance. "I like you a lot, but I need to know this drama is actually over before we get more serious." Completely fair. Trust takes time to build, not just with new partners but with yourself. I'm learning that my ability to trust my own judgment got pretty damaged by Rachel's gaslighting. Rachel's living with her parents now, working part-time at a yoga studio, apparently making real progress in therapy. Emma says she's completely different, humbler, more self-aware, taking responsibility for the damage she caused. Good for her. I genuinely hope she figures herself out. But that journey doesn't include me anymore. Ashley and I are taking a weekend trip to Vail next month. She's meeting my parents for the first time. My mom already likes her better than Rachel, which honestly isn't saying much after everything that happened. Life's good. Different than I planned, but good. Sometimes the universe does you a favor by showing you exactly who someone really is before you make the biggest mistake of your life. Story 7. My sister-in-law Ivy convinced my wife I was stealing from our joint savings. But when the bank's fraud department proved she was the real thief, I decided to let them both learn about consequences the hard way. I'm 32, living in Phoenix, and I just signed the final divorce papers from my wife Hazel. We were together for 4 years, married for 2. Looking back, I should have seen this disaster coming from a mile away, but love makes you blind sometimes. The red flag had a name. Ivy, Hazel's younger sister. If you've ever met someone who makes your skin crawl the second you shake their hand, that was Ivy. She was 28, unemployed more often than not, and had this entitled attitude like the world owed her everything. From day one, she treated me like I was some kind of intruder in their family. Hazel couldn't see it, though. To her, Ivy was just her baby sister who'd had some bad luck. Ivy moved back home with their parents after getting fired from 3 different retail jobs in 1 year. According to Hazel, it was never Ivy's fault. The managers were always jerks, the customers were impossible, the schedule was unfair. There was always an excuse. When Hazel and I got engaged, Ivy's behavior got worse. She made snide comments about how we were rushing into things, how marriage was just a piece of paper, how I probably wasn't ready for that kind of commitment. Hazel would laugh it off, saying Ivy was just being protective, but I could see the jealousy in Ivy's eyes. She didn't want to share her sister's attention with anyone. During our wedding planning, Ivy inserted herself into every decision. She criticized our venue choice, said our catering was too expensive, and even suggested we should have a smaller wedding to save money. Then she demanded to give a speech at the reception about how she'd been Hazel's rock through all her previous relationships. The whole time, I kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to cause drama. The wedding itself was actually beautiful, but Ivy managed to make it about herself anyway. She wore this bright red dress that basically screamed, "Look at me," showed up late to the ceremony, and spent the reception complaining to anyone who'd listen about how expensive everything was and how we should have been more practical. After we got married, I hoped Ivy would back off, but instead she doubled down. She was at our house constantly, always needing something, a ride somewhere, help with job applications, money for gas. Hazel couldn't say no to her, and I was getting tired of being the third wheel in my own marriage. About 6 months into our marriage, Ivy lost another job and moved in with us temporarily. I wasn't happy about it, but Hazel begged me to be understanding. Ivy was family, she said, and family helps family. So I agreed, thinking it would just be for a few weeks while she found something else. Those few weeks turned into 3 months of hell. Ivy treated our house like her personal hotel. She'd sleep until noon, leave dirty dishes everywhere, and hog the TV with her reality shows. She never contributed to groceries or utilities, and when I tried to talk to Hazel about it, she'd say Ivy was going through a rough patch and needed our support. The final straw came when I found Ivy using my laptop without permission to browse Facebook and online shopping sites. When I confronted her about it, she just shrugged and said she didn't think I'd mind. That night, I told Hazel that Ivy had to go. Hazel wasn't happy about it, but she agreed to talk to her sister. Ivy threw a tantrum, crying about how nobody cared about her and how I was trying to turn Hazel against her family. She moved back in with their parents, but not before telling Hazel that I was controlling and selfish. For a few months after Ivy left, things were good between Hazel and me. We had our house back, our privacy back, and I thought maybe we could finally build the marriage we both wanted. But Ivy wasn't done causing problems. She started calling Hazel almost daily, complaining about money problems, job interviews that went nowhere, and how hard her life was. Hazel would spend hours on the phone with her, trying to cheer her up and offer advice. I could see the toll it was taking on my wife, but whenever I suggested maybe Ivy needed professional help instead of just family support, Hazel would get defensive. Then came the lie that destroyed everything. It was a Tuesday evening in March. Hazel had been acting weird all day, distant, distracted, checking her phone constantly. When I asked if something was wrong, she just said she was tired, but I could tell something was eating at her. After dinner, she finally spoke up. "We need to talk about our finances," she said, her voice cold in a way I'd never heard before. I was confused. "What about them? Everything's fine, right? We're saving for the house down payment, paying our bills on time." She pulled out her phone and showed me a screenshot of what looked like our bank account activity. "Ivy showed me this today. She said she's been tracking some suspicious transactions." I looked at the screen and my blood ran cold. According to the image, there were dozens of transfers from our joint savings account to something called an external investment account, transfers I'd never made, totaling over $8,000 in the past 4 months. "Hazel, I didn't make these transfers," I said, handing her phone back. "I don't even know what that account is." Her eyes narrowed. "So you're saying Ivy faked this somehow?" "I'm saying I never moved that money. Have you checked our actual account online? Not just this screenshot." She hesitated. "Ivy said you'd probably try to cover it up by now. She said men do this all the time, they move money around and hide it from their wives." The fact that she was quoting Ivy instead of just logging into our bank account told me everything I needed to know about who she trusted more. "Hazel, just log into the account right now. We can see the real transactions together." "I already froze it," she said, crossing her arms. "I called the bank this morning and had them lock down any transfers or withdrawals until we figure this out." My mouth fell open. "You froze our account without talking to me first." "Ivy said that was the smart thing to do. She said if you were hiding money, you'd probably try to move more of it once you knew she'd figured it out." I sat there, staring at my wife, hardly believing what I was hearing. She'd taken financial advice from her unemployed, chronically irresponsible sister and acted on it without even discussing it with me. Do you hear yourself right now? You're talking about me like I'm some kind of criminal. Are you? She asked bluntly. That question hit me like a physical blow. I can't believe you just asked me that. Hazel's expression didn't soften. Just tell me the truth. If you needed money for something, why didn't you just ask? We're supposed to be partners. We are partners, which is why I would never hide money from you. I don't know what Ivy's game is here, but she's lying. Why would she lie about this? What would she gain? I wanted to scream. Instead, I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Maybe because she's jealous of what we have. Maybe because she doesn't like me and wants to cause problems. I don't know her motives, Hazel, but I know I didn't take that money. Hazel shook her head. I need some time to think about this. Over the next few days, the situation got worse. Hazel moved into our guest bedroom and barely spoke to me. When she did talk, it was short, clipped responses that made it clear she still suspected me. Meanwhile, Ivy was suddenly around more often, stopping by to check on Hazel and shooting me these smug looks when Hazel wasn't looking. A week after the confrontation, Hazel came home with some papers. I think we should separate for a while, she said, not meeting my eyes. I need space to figure out what I want to do. About the money thing. Hazel, we can sort this out. Just call the bank with me, let them walk us through the account activity. It's not just about the money, she interrupted. It's about trust. I don't know if I can trust you anymore. The irony was incredible. She didn't know if she could trust me, but she was perfectly willing to trust Ivy, who'd never held a steady job or told the truth about anything in her life. I didn't fight the separation. At that point, I was tired of defending myself against accusations that made no sense. If Hazel wanted to believe her sister's lies over my word, that was her choice. I moved into a studio apartment across town and tried to figure out how my marriage had imploded so quickly. For 3 months, I barely heard from Hazel except through her lawyer. She wanted a formal separation agreement, division of assets, the whole thing. I got my own lawyer and started the process, even though part of me kept hoping she'd come to her senses. Then in June, I got a call that changed everything. "Is this Michael Rodriguez?" the woman on the phone asked. "Yeah, this is Mike. This is Jennifer Walsh from the fraud department at Southwest National Bank. We've been investigating some suspicious activity on your joint account with Hazel Rodriguez, and we need to speak with you." My heart started pounding. What kind of suspicious activity? It appears someone has been using a third-party app to make unauthorized transfers from your account. We've identified the person responsible and recovered most of the funds, but we need you and your wife to come in and fill out some paperwork. Wait, unauthorized transfers? You mean someone was actually stealing from us? Yes, sir. About $8,200 total over 4 months. The perpetrator was using an app called Easy Transfer that's been linked to several fraud cases recently. They create fake business accounts and move money in small amounts to avoid detection. I felt like I was in a dream. Do you know who did it? We do. The account the money was transferred to belongs to a Ivy Rivera. Does that name mean anything to you? I almost laughed. Ivy Rivera was Ivy's full name. She used her mom's maiden name for some things, probably to make it harder to track her various schemes. "Yeah," I said, "that's my sister-in-law." There was a pause. "I see. Well, we'll need to discuss pressing charges. This is felony fraud." After I hung up, I sat in my apartment for about an hour just processing everything. Ivy hadn't just lied about me stealing money, she'd actually been stealing it herself and framing me for her own crime. The screenshots she'd shown Hazel were probably doctored somehow to make it look like I was the one making transfers. I called Hazel. She answered after several rings, sounding surprised to hear from me. "The bank just called," I said without preamble. "They caught the person who was stealing from our account." There was silence on the other end. "It was Ivy," I continued. "She's been using some app to move money to her own account for months. The bank has all the records." More silence. "Hazel, are you there?" "That's impossible," she finally said, but her voice sounded shaky. "The fraud investigator wants to meet with both of us tomorrow at 2 p.m. You can hear it directly from them. I need to process this." "Yeah, you do." Because your sister didn't just lie to you, Hazel. She stole from us and tried to destroy our marriage to cover it up. The next day, we met at the bank. Jennifer Walsh was a no-nonsense woman in her 50s who laid out the facts clearly. Ivy had been using an app that connected to our account through some kind of security vulnerability. She'd moved money in amounts small enough to avoid automatic fraud alerts, but large enough to add up over time. The app creates fake transaction records showing transfers to investment accounts, Jennifer explained, but actually moves the money to accounts controlled by the user. Your sister-in-law was quite sophisticated about it. Hazel looked like she was going to be sick. So the screenshots she showed me were probably generated by the app to make it look like your husband was the one making the transfers, Jennifer confirmed. It's a common tactic. Create false evidence against someone else to deflect suspicion. After we left the bank, Hazel and I sat in my car in the parking lot. She was crying, which I'd expected, but I didn't feel the sympathy I thought I would. I was too angry. "I'm so sorry," she said through her tears. "I should have believed you, I should have trusted you." I stared out the windshield. "Yeah, you should have. We can fix this. We can go to counseling, work through it. I'll never talk to Ivy again, I promise." I turned to look at her. "Do you think this is just about Ivy?" She wiped her eyes. "What do you mean?" "Hazel, you froze our bank account and moved out without even talking to me. You chose to believe someone who's lied to you your entire life over someone who's never given you a reason not to trust them. That's not Ivy's fault. That's yours." Her face crumpled. "I was scared. She had evidence. She had a screenshot. You could have verified it in 5 minutes by logging into our real account, but instead you decided I was guilty and acted accordingly." "I'm sorry," she said again. "I know I messed up. Please, can we try to fix this?" I thought about it for a long moment. Part of me still loved her, still wanted to believe we could work through this, but the bigger part of me was done. "I don't think we can fix this, Hazel. It's not about forgiving Ivy or even forgiving you. It's about the fact that when push came to shove, you didn't trust me, and I can't live with that." She started crying harder, but I didn't change my mind. The woman I'd married would have given me the benefit of the doubt. She would have at least asked questions before assuming I was lying. This Hazel, the one who'd been so easily manipulated by her toxic sister, wasn't someone I wanted to be married to. We proceeded with the divorce. Hazel begged me to reconsider several times, but I'd made my decision. Meanwhile, the consequences for Ivy were just getting started. The bank pressed charges, and Ivy was arrested for felony fraud. It turned out she'd pulled similar scams on 3 other family members, including her own parents. She'd been systematically stealing from people who trusted her and using various apps and fake accounts to cover her tracks. Hazel was devastated when she found out about the other victims. Her parents had lost over $3,000, and 2 of her cousins had been scammed out of smaller amounts. Ivy had been playing the whole family, always claiming she was broke while stealing their money. At Ivy's arraignment, the prosecutor read out a list of charges that made my head spin. In addition to the fraud, she was facing identity theft charges, money laundering, and something called aggravated computer crimes because she'd been using technology to commit the fraud. Hazel attended the hearing, and afterward she called me, sobbing. "I can't believe I chose her over you," she said. "I can't believe I was so stupid." "I'm sorry you're going through this," I told her, and I meant it. "But this doesn't change anything between us." The divorce was finalized in August. By then, Ivy had pled guilty to avoid a trial and was sentenced to 18 months in prison plus restitution to all her victims. Hazel had cut off all contact with her, but it was too little, too late. What really got to me was how our mutual friends reacted when the truth came out. Several people who'd started treating me differently after Hazel and I separated suddenly wanted to apologize and make things right. I wasn't interested in hearing from fair-weather friends who'd been so quick to assume the worst about me. One of them, Hazel's friend Sarah, actually had the nerve to say, "Well, how were we supposed to know Ivy was lying? It seemed believable at the time." "You were supposed to know me," I replied. "After 4 years of friendship, you should have known I wouldn't steal from my own wife." Sarah got defensive. "We were just trying to support Hazel." By assuming I was a criminal, that's some great support. I lost most of our couple friends in the divorce, but honestly, it was fine with me. I learned who my real friends were, and I was better off without the rest. Hazel had a harder time. She'd burned her relationship with me, lost most of our social circle's respect, and had to deal with the humiliation of learning that everyone now knew she destroyed her marriage over lies. Her parents were supportive, but even they made comments about how she should have handled things differently. About 6 months after the divorce was final, I ran into Hazel at a grocery store. She looked tired and older somehow. We exchanged awkward pleasantries, and then she said, "I know this doesn't matter now, but I think about what I did every day. I hate myself for not trusting you." "I don't hate you, Hazel," I said, and I realized I meant it. "But I don't miss being married to someone who thought so little of me." She nodded, tears starting to form in her eyes. "I know. I just wanted you to know that I know how badly I messed up." I wished her well and left. It wasn't that I enjoyed seeing her unhappy, but I wasn't going to pretend her regret changed anything. Ivy got out of prison after serving 11 months. I heard through the grapevine that she moved to a different state and was working at a call center somewhere. She'd been banned from most social media platforms for the fraud schemes and had to register as a financial offender or something like that. Hazel, meanwhile, was still single and living alone. A mutual acquaintance told me she'd gone to therapy and was working on herself, but she hadn't dated anyone since our divorce. I genuinely hoped she was getting the help she needed, but it wasn't my concern anymore. As for me, life got better. I bought a house, got a promotion at work, and started dating someone who actually trusts me. Her name is Amanda, and when I told her the story about Hazel and Ivy, her response was, "Wow, what a psycho. Good thing you got away from that family." It was refreshing to be with someone who didn't see both sides of every issue or try to find excuses for toxic behavior. Amanda understood that some people are just manipulative and destructive, and the best thing you can do is get away from them. These days, when people ask me about my divorce, I keep it simple. My ex-wife's sister was stealing from us. She blamed me, my wife believed her, and I decided I didn't need that kind of drama in my life. Most people get it immediately. Trust is everything in a marriage, and once it's gone, it's almost impossible to get back. Ivy lost her freedom, her family relationships, and her future prospects. Hazel lost her marriage, most of her friends, and her self-respect. And me? I lost a wife who never really trusted me anyway and gained a life where I don't have to deal with toxic people who think I'm guilty until proven innocent. Sometimes the best revenge is just walking away and letting people face the natural consequences of their choices. Ivy and Hazel destroyed their own lives. I just refused to let them destroy mine too. And honestly, I'm perfectly fine with that. Story 8. My girlfriend tried to con me out of my food truck empire, but I served her the coldest revenge of her life. I'm Mike, 31, and I've been building my food truck business for 7 years. Started with one beat-up truck making Korean Mexican fusion tacos, sleeping in my buddy's garage because I couldn't afford rent. Everyone said I was crazy, but I had this vision of bringing restaurant-quality street food without the overhead. Those first 2 years were brutal 16-hour days, learning to fix engines at 2 a.m., dealing with health inspectors who treated us like criminals. But I kept grinding. Now I've got 8 trucks across 4 cities doing Korean barbecue tacos, banh mi burgers, Thai curry fries. We're pulling in $2. 8 million a year, and I employ 32 people full-time. This business is my life's work. Lisa and I started dating 2 years ago. She worked part-time at a boutique, was super supportive and independent, never asked for money or acted entitled. That's what I loved about her. When we talked marriage last fall, I was upfront about wanting a prenup to protect my business. She totally understood, saying stuff like, "Of course, I get why that's important, and I'd never want to take away what you worked so hard for." The prenup was generous $200K after 2 years, $400K after 5, $750K after 10, plus property. I set up a joint account with $15K and gave her an emergency credit card. I trusted her completely. Big mistake. Everything changed 4 months ago when her cousin Jake rolled back into town. This guy's 35 and has never held a job longer than 8 months. Always has some get-rich-quick scheme, but somehow needs to borrow money from family to get started. Lisa's mom has bailated him out probably 10 times. Jake's got this victim complex about his failed businesses. His ex-wife stole his lawn care company. His partner screwed him over on a delivery app. The bank sabotaged his construction business. In reality, he gambled away equipment. The app never made one delivery and he defaulted after 6 months. But Jake's smooth talking, always perfectly dressed, always has stories about deals that'll make him rich, knows exactly what to say to seem like a misunderstood genius. 3 months after Jake arrived, I noticed changes in Lisa. She'd make comments about real partners sharing everything, or send articles about couples building businesses together. Then she started asking weird specific questions about profit margins and expansion costs. She'd sit in on my business calls, pretending to hang out but obviously listening. Weirdest part was when she wanted to contribute to the business. Lisa's background is retail, but suddenly she's talking about wanting an office at our commissary and handling social media strategy. She also started spending differently. Used to split dinner checks, now everything went on our joint account. $600 shopping trips, $200 facials, expensive workout classes. When I asked, she got defensive. We're getting married anyway, right? What's yours is mine. I kept telling myself I was overthinking things. Maybe she was just excited about the wedding. Maybe she really did want to be more involved in the business. But something felt off. My gut was telling me something wasn't right, but I ignored it because I loved her and wanted to trust her. Then 3 weeks ago, I found it in my home office, a copy of our prenup, except completely different. This version gave Lisa 60% of everything, including future expansions, even after just 1 year of marriage. I read it 20 times thinking I was misunderstanding, but someone had rewritten major sections. I remembered Lisa mentioning Jake's lawyer friend would look it over. Turns out he did way more than look. The changes weren't just money. Lisa got decision-making power, hiring authority, control over locations. We're talking about giving someone with zero food service experience the power to destroy a business employing 32 people. I sat in my office for probably 2 hours just staring at these papers, trying to calm down. This wasn't the Lisa I fell in love with. The woman I proposed to would never try to pull something like this behind my back. She was always so supportive of my business, always proud of what I'd built. Now I'm wondering if I ever really knew her at all. I called Lisa over. When she arrived in a $450 designer jacket I'd never seen, I laid out both prenup versions on my desk. Can you explain why these are different? She played dumb at first. When I got specific about the changes, she said, "Oh, those. Jake said they're just standard protections. Any smart woman would have them." Standard protections. I've never seen prenups giving wives 60% ownership and operational control. I pointed to the hiring clause, asked what she knew about food truck operations. She got defensive. "I've been learning about the business. I deserve a say in our future." Lisa's never worked food service. She doesn't know health regulations, supply chains, or employee scheduling. She'd never asked to learn operations, just started demanding ownership rights. Then came the speech about trust and protection. "What if you leave me after I've invested years in this marriage? I need security." The original prenup gave her massive security, but apparently that wasn't enough. She kept talking about modern partnerships, which would be fine if she'd actually partnered with me. I brought up her recent spending $450 jacket, $300 wellness retreat, $800 at Sephora. Her response: "I need to look professional if I'm going to be part of the business." Lisa, you're not part of the business. Changing legal documents behind my back doesn't make you part of the business. She started crying, called me mean and unfair, said I didn't value her enough, then stormed out to stay at her sister's. After the fight, Lisa texted, "I can't believe you're acting like this. All these years together and this is how you treat me over small changes." I replied, "Trust goes both ways, Lisa. You altered legal documents without telling me. How is that okay? Her response. Jake says every smart woman does this before marriage. At least someone's looking out for my interests. Jake, of course. Her deadbeat cousin with 3 failed businesses. Then Lisa burst into my commissary kitchen during a health inspection, demanding we talk immediately. The inspector packed up and left while Lisa ranted about her future business and how Jake says she needs to assert herself more. This isn't your business, Lisa. And why take advice from Jake? The guy's never run anything successfully. Don't talk about my family like that. He knows how men like you operate. She was speaking with Lisa's voice, but every word was pure Jake. She demanded to be on all bank accounts, said Jake told her it's the only way to make sure I don't hide money. The conversation ended with her storming out, threatening to document my controlling behavior for later use. Soon Lisa's family turned on me. Her mom called saying Jake explained how I was controlling Lisa with money and trying to force an unfair prenup. Her dad texted, "Really disappointed in you, Mike. Jake showed us what you're trying to force on Lisa." I tried explaining they had it backwards, but they wouldn't listen. Jake had convinced everyone I was the villain. I found out Jake had been holding family meetings without me, telling horror stories about his failed partnerships and painting all business owners as manipulative. Lisa even posted on Facebook, "Sometimes people show their true colors when money gets involved. So grateful for my cousin's guidance." That was my breaking point. I decided to confront Jake directly at a coffee shop. "Thanks for meeting me," I said, sliding across from him. Jake leaned back, smirking. "Hey there, future cousin-in-law, or maybe not the way things are looking. I know what you've been doing. Just looking out for my little cousin. By telling her to change legal documents behind my back, by calling my office pretending to be an investor." He didn't deny it. "Can't blame a guy for doing research. Someone's got to watch out for Lisa's interests. She had interests before you showed up. Now she's just parroting your failed business stories." His face flushed. "You think you're so much better than me because you got lucky with some food trucks. I could run circles around your business if I had the chance." Then he said it. "Lisa already promised me a management position in the company once she gets her share." There it was. So that's what this is about. You're not protecting Lisa. You're using her to get yourself a paycheck. She's family. Family takes care of each other. I reached for my phone, placing it on the table. "You mean this conversation that I've been recording?" His face went white, then red. He stood up quickly. "You just made a huge mistake. Lisa will never believe you over me." As he stormed out, I was already texting the recording to my lawyer. The next morning, Lisa texted, "How dare you threaten my cousin? Jake was right about you all along." 2 days later, Lisa showed up at my house unannounced. She was furious about the recording but refused to listen to Jake admitting his scheme. When I played it anyway, instead of being upset with Jake for manipulating her, she turned it around on me. "You had no right to record him without permission." I showed her security footage of Jake stealing my business files and the documents she'd been sending him. Instead of being horrified, she got mad at me for having cameras in my own office. The most heartbreaking moment was realizing she'd completely lost her own voice. Every sentence started with "Jake says." She'd been planning our divorce while planning our wedding, actively plotting to tear apart my business. When she finally left, she wasn't the same person. The Lisa I'd loved was gone, replaced by someone who saw our relationship as a business opportunity. That evening, I made my decision. I sent Lisa a formal email, copying my lawyer, explaining the wedding was canceled due to her prenup changes and sharing confidential business information. I included Jake's recording. 20 minutes later, my phone exploded. Lisa called crying, switching between begging and threatening to expose me as controlling. She kept saying, "Jake says you can't just cancel a wedding without agreeing on a settlement, and you owe me compensation." Then she texted, "Fine, but I'm keeping the ring and staying in the condo until I'm ready to leave. You owe me that much. Remember that emergency credit card." She went on the most vindictive shopping spree ever. 3 days, $47,000 in charges. When I called her, "I deserve nice things after everything I've been through. I invested 2 years in this relationship. I'm not walking away with nothing. The card was for emergencies, Lisa, she laughed. This is an emergency. I need a new wardrobe for job interviews, security deposit for an apartment, a car since you'll probably take back the one you bought me. While she was talking, I canceled the card immediately. She went silent, then completely lost it. How could you do this? Jake was right about everything. My lawyer says we'll get the ring back. It's legally a conditional gift for marriage in our state. The condo situation is trickier because of tenant rights, even though she's not on the lease. Everything was a complete disaster. My head was spinning, and all I wanted was for this nightmare to be over. But things took an interesting turn 2 weeks after the breakup when Sarah, Lisa's younger sister, found Jake's laptop while helping him apply for jobs. What she discovered instead was a detailed plan he'd written out, basically a step-by-step guide for scamming me using Lisa as his weapon. We're talking spreadsheets with timelines, planned divorce dates, even calculations of how much money he expected to extract from my business. Sarah brought everything to her parents first, and what they found was horrifying. The documents proved Jake had been planning this scheme for months before he even moved back to town. He'd researched my business online, figured out which locations were most profitable, even made notes about which family members he needed to convince first. Lisa was just his puppet, and he'd spent months systematically pulling her strings. Sarah even found Jake's text messages with some guy who turned out to be a fake lawyer, not even a real attorney, just some friend of his who'd helped him draft the bogus prenup changes. They were discussing how to manipulate Lisa with messages like, "She's too trusting, this will be easy, and once she's married to him, we can push for majority control of the business." Jake had even promised this fake lawyer a percentage of whatever they managed to steal from my food truck empire. When Lisa finally saw all this evidence, something inside her broke. Sarah told me Lisa spent 3 straight days locked in her bedroom, going through everything Jake had written about her. All those business ideas he claimed he'd lost to ex-wives or business partners. Complete lies. His failed marriages weren't because his wives took everything they left, because he kept trying to scam their families and friends. Lisa showed up at my commissary kitchen last week. Security called me because she was crying in the parking lot, and honestly, when I saw her out there, she looked terrible, like she hadn't slept in days. "Mike, can we please talk?" she asked when I went outside. I swear I didn't know what Jake was really doing. I'll admit, for a second, I felt bad for her. She looked genuinely devastated. Then she said, "I've learned my lesson now. We can do the original prenup if you want. I won't ask for any of the business stuff anymore." That's when I realized she still didn't get it. This wasn't about the prenup anymore. This was about trust, loyalty, and who she really was as a person. "Lisa," I said, "you didn't just try to take my business. You betrayed my trust, shared confidential information with competitors, maxed out my credit card out of spite, and tried to turn my own family against me. Jake might have manipulated you, but you chose to go along with every step of it." She started crying harder, saying she'd been scared of ending up with nothing like Jake's ex-wives, that he'd convinced her all successful businessmen hide their assets and women need to strike first to protect themselves. She actually thought she was protecting herself by trying to con me. The conversation ended with her saying something that proved she still didn't understand what she'd done wrong. "But I gave up so much for you, Mike. I deserve another chance." I looked at her and asked, "What exactly did you give up, Lisa? Your part-time retail job that you complained about constantly, the studio apartment you could barely afford, or just the opportunity to scam someone else?" She left after that but kept texting me for days with messages like, "We can start fresh. I still love you, and I'll prove you can trust me again." Sarah told me Lisa's been telling everyone she's learned from her mistakes and grown as a person. It's been 2 weeks since Jake's scheme was exposed. 2 weeks. The more she tries to convince me to take her back, the more disgusted I feel about the idea of trusting her again. The whole situation would almost be sad if Lisa wasn't still trying to work angles. Yesterday, her new lawyer contacted mine about emotional damages from the broken engagement. The lawyer dropped her case as soon as my attorney showed him Jake's notebook and all the evidence of their planned con. Jake's actually facing criminal charges now for corporate espionage. Turns out, he did try to sell my business expansion plans to a competing food truck company in Seattle. Lisa claims she's not speaking to him anymore, but honestly, that doesn't change what she chose to do. Maybe Jake manipulated her, but she was a willing participant in everything until they got caught. She chose to believe his poison about me, chose to alter legal documents behind my back, chose to share my confidential business information with him, and chose to max out my credit card when things didn't go her way. I've officially moved on. I've changed all my business security protocols, upgraded all my systems, and yeah, I'm definitely more careful about who I let get close now. The whole nightmare taught me that sometimes people don't change into someone else, they just reveal who they really were all along. The woman I thought I loved was probably never real in the first place. 3 months later, I'm doing better than ever. My trucks are busier than they've ever been. I've got 2 new locations opening next month, and I sleep great at night knowing I dodged the biggest bullet of my life. Sometimes the best revenge is just living well and letting toxic people destroy themselves. Jake's facing felony charges. Lisa's stuck with a ruined reputation and $47,000 in debt she can't pay, and her family finally sees both of them for what they really are. And me? I'm building an empire, one taco at a time, with people I can actually trust by my side. The moral of the story: when someone shows you who they really are, believe them the first time. And maybe don't give your business-stealing ex-fiancé a credit card with a $50,000 limit. Just saying. But hey, at least I got a hell of a story out of it, right? Story 9. My girlfriend Jane told her coworkers I was unemployed because she was embarrassed I worked tech support. She had no idea I just signed a $2.3 million deal that would change everything. I've been dating Jane for almost 2 years now. She works at this boutique marketing agency called Creative Pulse, making around $70K doing social media campaigns for local businesses. I work tech support at Henderson and Associates, a small CPA firm, making $58K. Not amazing money, but it's steady work and I'm actually really good at what I do. I handle all their IT infrastructure, troubleshoot their systems, manage their databases, train new employees on software. Jane's always been super focused on image and status. Like, obsessively focused. She drives a leased BMW she can barely afford, buys designer clothes on credit, and constantly talks about networking with successful people and building her personal brand. She's always been a little weird about my job, but it got way worse about 8 months ago. It started with little comments. When introducing me to her friends, she'd say, "This is Jake. He works with computers," in this tone like I fix printers at Best Buy. Then she started asking when I was going to get serious about my career and find something more professional. She kept pushing me to apply for sales jobs or marketing roles because that's where the real money and respect is. Every time I tried to explain that my work is actually pretty technical and important, she'd just nod and change the subject. It was like she'd already decided my job wasn't worth understanding or respecting. The breaking point came last month at her college friend Madison's wedding. I was getting us drinks from the bar when I overheard Jane talking to a group of people about careers. Someone asked what I do for work, and Jane said, "Oh, Jake's between jobs right now, still figuring out his direction." I was literally standing 10 feet away in my nice suit, holding her wine. When I confronted her about it later in the hotel room, she got defensive. "I was protecting you from judgment, Jake. Nobody respects tech support." They hear that and immediately think you're some loser who couldn't cut it in a real career. I was doing you a favor. A favor. You lied about me being unemployed. I said you were figuring out your direction, which is basically true. You need to find something better than answering phone calls about password resets. That hurt like hell. But here's what Jane didn't know, what she never bothered to ask about. For the past 10 months, I've been working on a side project every night after work and most weekends. It's a client management system specifically designed for small service businesses, accounting firms, law offices, consulting companies, medical practices. I built it after watching my current company struggle with their outdated customer tracking system that was costing them time and money every single day. I started with just a basic prototype to help organize client information and appointment scheduling. But as I kept working on it, I realized I could create something way more powerful. I added automated billing integration, document management, client communication tracking, reporting analytics, even AI-powered insights for client retention. The thing is incredibly sophisticated now. I've been putting in 25 to 30 hours a week on this project, learning new programming frameworks, studying business management principles, testing the system with different types of companies. Jane knew I was working on some coding thing, but never asked for details. When I tried to show her the interface once, she said, "That's nice, honey, but when are you going to focus on finding a real job that actually pays well?" 3 weeks ago, I got an email that changed everything. David Chen, CEO of Data Vault Solutions, had heard about my application through industry connections and wanted a demonstration. Data Vault is this fast-growing business software company that specializes in small to medium business solutions. I was nervous as hell, but I spent a weekend preparing the most detailed demo of my life. The meeting went incredibly well. David and his development team were genuinely impressed by the functionality, the user interface, the integration capabilities. They asked tons of technical questions that I was able to answer confidently. They wanted to know about scalability, security protocols, customization options, stuff I'd thought through extensively. Long story short, they offered to buy the full rights to my application and all associated intellectual property for $3 million. Plus, they offered me a position as their head of product development at $180K annually to lead the commercialization and expansion of the system. I signed the contracts last Friday. The money transfers to my account this week. I haven't told Jane yet. Meanwhile, she's been escalating her criticism of my lack of ambition. Just yesterday she said, "Jake, I need you to be honest with me about your plans. My friends are dating guys in finance, real estate, management consulting, people making six figures and building real careers. I can't keep making excuses for why my boyfriend answers tech support calls for $58K. When I tried to explain that my work is more complex than just answering calls, she cut me off. "When you start making real money and have a respectable job title, then we can talk about your career." Here's the absolutely crazy part that makes this whole situation insane. Data Vault Solutions just acquired Creative Pulse, Jane's marketing agency, last week. She's been celebrating nonstop about finally working for a legitimate company, and keeps talking about their holiday party next month where she'll get to network with actual executives and meet successful people who can advance her career. I'm invited to that party as Data Vault's new head of product development. She has no idea. Part of me wants to tell her about the deal and the new position, but honestly, after months of her treating me like an embarrassment, like I'm some loser she's settling for, I'm not feeling particularly generous. The way she's been talking about me to her friends, lying about my employment status, acting like she's doing charity work by dating me. I'm starting to think maybe she should find out the same way everyone else does. I love her, or at least I thought I did, but I'm realizing I don't like who she becomes around money and status. And I definitely don't like who I become when I'm constantly defending my worth to someone who's supposed to be my partner and biggest supporter. The holiday party is in 8 days. I'm definitely going. I just haven't decided whether to tell her beforehand or let it play out naturally. 2 weeks later, I made my choice. I decided to let the holiday party happen without warning Jane about my new position or the money. I didn't tell her I was coming, just said I'd try to make it if I could get off work early. The week leading up to the party was brutal to watch. Jane was so excited, spending money she didn't have on a new dress, getting her hair and makeup done professionally, talking constantly about how this was her big opportunity to network with real executives, and finally be around successful people who understand ambition. Meanwhile, I was having daily meetings with David Chen and the Data Vault development team, planning the rollout of my client management system across multiple business sectors. The irony was killing me. 2 days before the party, Jane came home from work absolutely glowing. She'd been getting briefings about the new parent company and was telling me about all the important people who would be there. Then she looked at me in my regular khakis and button-down shirt and said something I'll never forget. "You know what, Jake? I've been thinking, and maybe it's better if you don't come Friday night. I don't want to spend the whole evening explaining your situation to people who could be important connections for my future. These aren't just coworkers anymore, these are executives, department heads, people who can actually make a difference in my career. I need to make the right impression." My heart dropped into my stomach. After almost 2 years together, she was disinviting me from her company party because she was ashamed of my existence. I felt like I'd been kicked in the chest. I just nodded and said, "Okay, if that's what you think is best." She actually looked relieved. "It's not personal, babe, it's just business. You understand how networking works." No, I really didn't understand how embarrassment worked. Friday evening, I put on my best suit anyway. New shoes I'd bought with my signing bonus, expensive watch, the whole professional look. Jane had already left for the party, assuming I was staying home watching Netflix, or whatever she thought unemployed tech support guys do with their time. The party was at this fancy downtown hotel, the kind of place that probably costs more per night than I used to make in a week. When I walked into the ballroom, the first person I saw was David Chen near the entrance, talking with a group of executives I recognized from our meetings. The moment David spotted me, his face lit up with this huge smile. "Jake, there's our product development genius. Perfect timing. Come here, I want you to meet the senior leadership team." For the next hour, I was the star of this party. David kept introducing me as the brilliant mind behind our next major software launch, and the developer who's going to revolutionize how small businesses manage their client relationships. People were genuinely fascinated by my work, asking detailed questions about the AI algorithms, wanting to understand the technical architecture, discussing implementation strategies for their own business connections. I was explaining machine learning optimization to the VP of sales when I spotted Jane across the room. She was with a group of her new Creative Pulse coworkers, champagne glass in hand, looking polished and professional in her expensive new dress. I watched her scanning the crowd, clearly looking for important executives to impress. Then she saw me, standing in a circle of C-suite executives, talking animatedly while they listened with genuine interest and respect. The look on her face was pure confusion. She tilted her head like she was trying to solve a puzzle. She couldn't figure out why I was there, why I was dressed so well, or why successful people were actually engaged with what I was saying instead of politely excusing themselves. I watched her excuse herself from her marketing group and start walking toward me, but she kept getting stopped by people who wanted to continue our technical discussions. Every few steps, someone else would pull me into a conversation about software development or business automation strategies. That's when David clapped me on the shoulder and said, loud enough for half the room to hear, "Jake, I still can't believe how lucky we got finding you. That client management system is going to transform how thousands of small businesses operate once we scale it nationally. Best $2.3 million we've ever invested in future growth potential." Jane stopped dead in her tracks about 12 feet away. I could literally see her brain trying to process what she just heard. Her mouth fell open slightly, and she just stood there staring. David continued, completely unaware of the personal drama he was creating. "And bringing you on as head of product development at $180K annually to lead this expansion. Honestly, we should probably be paying you more given the revenue projections." Then he noticed Jane standing there looking like she'd seen a ghost. "Oh, you must be Jane. Jake mentioned he had a girlfriend. You must be incredibly proud of this guy. He's absolutely revolutionary." I will never, ever forget the expression on Jane's face in that moment. It went from confusion to shock to something that looked like complete panic. She managed to stammer out, "Yes, very proud," but her voice was shaking and she looked like she might faint. The rest of the party was absolutely surreal. Word spread quickly about who I was and what I'd accomplished. People kept approaching me to congratulate me, ask about my background, discuss potential applications for their own companies. The CFO wanted to talk about profit projections. The head of it was fascinated by my technical approach to data integration. I felt like a completely different person than the guy Jane had been ashamed of for months. Meanwhile, Jane kept trying to get close enough to talk to me, but there was always another executive or department head wanting to discuss business applications or technical details. Every time she approached our conversation circle, I was deep in discussion with someone important. She'd hover nearby for a few minutes, then drift away when she realized she couldn't interrupt. Around 10:30 p.m., the crowd was thinning out and she finally cornered me by the bar while I was getting a drink. Her first words were, "Why didn't you tell me?" I looked at her, really looked at her and said, "Tell you what?" "About my dead-end tech support job that you're too embarrassed to explain to successful people." Her face went white. "Jake, that's not fair. I had no idea you were working on something like this. You never asked. You were too busy being ashamed of what you thought I did for a living." "I wasn't ashamed, I was just trying to protect. You told people I was unemployed, Jane. You disinvited me from your own company party because you didn't want to explain my situation to people who could help your career." We stood there in silence for what felt like forever while that reality sank in. Then she said, "We need to talk about this at home. This changes everything." "Yeah," I said, finishing my whiskey. "We definitely need to talk." I left the party feeling like I was walking on clouds, but also incredibly sad. Because I realized that night that the woman I thought I loved doesn't actually know me at all. She fell in love with an idea of who I could become, not who I actually am. The conversation when we got back to the apartment was absolutely wild. I've never seen someone's entire personality flip so dramatically so quickly. Jane started apologetic, saying she never meant to hurt me and that she was just worried about our future together. But within 10 minutes, the real conversation emerged, and it was incredible to witness. "Jake, this changes absolutely everything," she said, pacing around our living room like she was planning a business acquisition. "We can finally have the life I've always dreamed about. We can get that luxury apartment downtown I showed you, plan the wedding I've been picturing, maybe even start looking at houses in the good neighborhoods." Wedding. We talked about marriage in vague, theoretical terms, but suddenly she was ready to walk down the aisle because my bank account got bigger. I asked her directly, "Jane, would you be talking about marriage if I was still making $58K at Henderson and Associates?" She got defensive immediately. "That's not the point. You're successful now. You're ambitious. This is the man I always knew you could become." "But I'm literally the exact same person I was last week when you disinvited me from your party." That's when her true colors really started showing. "Jake, you have to be realistic here. I work in marketing, image matters in my industry. My career depends on networking and professional relationships. Having a boyfriend who works tech support for a small accounting firm doesn't exactly open doors or create opportunities for advancement. I was never just answering phone calls. You never bothered to understand what I actually do." "You know what I mean," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "Look, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but I was thinking practically about our future. I was being strategic. Now that you're with DataVault making real money, everything's different. We can be the power couple I always knew we had the potential to be." The more we talked, the clearer it became. She wasn't sorry for how she'd treated me, she was sorry she'd misjudged my earning potential. She actually said, "If you had just told me what you were working on, I could have been way more supportive and encouraging." So I asked the question that had been eating at me. What if the Data Vault deal hadn't happened? What if I was still making $58K at my old job? Would you still want to be with me? She couldn't answer, just sat there fidgeting with her wine glass looking uncomfortable. What if I lost this job tomorrow and went back to my old salary? Would you still want to marry me then? Still nothing. The silence went on forever. That's exactly what I thought, I finally said. The next few days were incredibly tense. She kept trying to act like everything was back to normal, making my favorite meals, being extra affectionate, suggesting expensive trips we could take now that we had the money for nice things. But I could see her looking at me differently. Not with love or pride in who I am as a person, but with this calculating expression, like she was reassessing my market value as a boyfriend. Then things got really weird. Her friend Madison, the one whose wedding started this whole mess, texted me directly out of nowhere. "Hey Jake, Jane told us about your incredible success. We should all get together soon. Maybe you could give my husband some advice about tech entrepreneurship." Then Ashley, another girl from her friend group who used to barely acknowledge my existence at parties, sent me a LinkedIn request with a message about exploring potential consulting opportunities and asking if I'd be interested in helping her company with their software needs. Even Tyler, this finance bro from their social circle who used to act like I was invisible whenever we all hung out, suddenly wanted to grab beers and talk about the tech industry and discuss potential investment opportunities. These are the exact same people Jane told I was unemployed, the same people she was protecting from the embarrassment of meeting her loser boyfriend. Now they all wanted to be my new best friend. When I showed Jane the messages, instead of being embarrassed or apologetic about the hypocrisy, she actually got excited. "See, I told you this would open doors for us socially. We should definitely start hanging out with them more often. This is how networking works at our level now." Our level, these are your friends who you were protecting from my embarrassing unemployment situation. Jake, don't be petty about this. This is business. This is how success works in the real world. You have to understand the social dynamics of professional advancement. That word petty, like having feelings about being lied about and treated like a dirty secret, is just me being small-minded and vindictive. I stayed at my buddy Connor's place for 3 nights just to clear my head and think everything through. Jane kept texting every few hours, asking when I was coming home, saying we needed to work through this together as a team and plan our future now that we have real opportunities. But here's what was really messing with my head. I could see how easy it would be to just go back. Accept her apology, enjoy being the successful power couple, let her plan that wedding she suddenly wanted. Start hanging out with her friends who finally thought I was worth their time. Part of me wanted that validation, wanted to be the guy who made it. But I kept thinking about what really matters in a relationship. The person who loves you doesn't hide you away like a secret. They don't lie about you to make themselves look better. They don't disinvite you from important events because they're embarrassed by your existence. And they definitely don't suddenly want to plan a wedding because your bank account balance changed. After 3 days at Connor's, I went back to the apartment to pack my stuff and have the final conversation. I'd made my decision, but I wanted to give Jane one last chance to show me who she really was underneath all the status obsession. She was waiting for me with this whole elaborate romantic setup, candles everywhere, my favorite takeout from the Thai place I love, wearing this blue dress I'd always complimented her on. The full girlfriend trying to win you back treatment. Before I could even set my keys down, she launched into this prepared speech about how we can work through this, and every relationship has challenges, and how this whole experience has made us stronger as partners. Then she showed me something that made my blood run cold. She'd been posting on social media about my incredible boyfriend's amazing success, and so proud of my man for achieving his dreams. Photos of us from months ago with captions like "always believed in him" and "power couple energy." The same woman who told people I was unemployed a month ago was now claiming credit for my success on Instagram and Facebook. "Jane," I said, setting down my bag, "I can't do this anymore." She immediately shifted tactics. The confident celebration turned into tears, saying she'd made mistakes but that she loved me and wanted to grow together as people. Then came the promises she'd be more supportive. She understood now how wrong she'd been. She'd never doubt me again. "What if I lose this job?" I asked her. "What if Data Vault fires me next month and I'm back to making 58K at some other company?" "That won't happen," she said quickly. "You're too talented, too valuable to them now." "But what if it did? What if I got sick or injured or the economy crashed and tech jobs disappeared? What if I never make this kind of money again?" She couldn't look me in the eye. "We'll figure it out when we get there." There it was. Even after everything that had happened, she still couldn't say she'd love me without the money. "I'm moving out," I told her. That's when she got really angry, started yelling about how I was throwing away 2 years together and how I'd never find someone who loves me like she does. Called me ungrateful for not appreciating how she'd motivated me to be more ambitious and pushed me to reach my potential. The most telling moment was when she screamed, "You think you can do better than me? You're still just a tech support guy who got lucky. Without me pushing you to be better, you'd still be making 58K answering phone calls." There it was, her real opinion of me, even after the $2.3 million deal, even after seeing executives respect my work, even after everything. I was still just a tech support guy who got lucky in her mind. I packed my important stuff and left while she was still yelling about how I was making the biggest mistake of my life. I'm staying with Connor while I apartment hunt. Already found an incredible place downtown that I'm putting an offer on tomorrow. Never thought I'd be able to afford something like that, but here we are. The weird part has been dealing with the aftermath. Several of Jane's friends have reached out individually, some apologizing for how they treated me before, others obviously fishing for business connections or networking opportunities. I've politely declined all of them. David and the Data Vault team have been amazing. They keep telling me how excited they are about the product launch, and we're already working on expanding the system to serve different types of businesses beyond just service companies. It's the most challenging and fulfilling work I've ever done. As for Jane, I heard through mutual friends that she's been telling people I changed because of the money and became arrogant and materialistic. The irony is absolutely incredible, but honestly, I'm good with all of it. I'm 29 years old, financially secure for the first time in my life, and finally free from someone who made me feel like I wasn't enough just as I am. It's scary starting over, but also incredibly liberating. The best part: I get to find out what it's like to be with someone who loves me for who I actually am, not who they think I could become with enough money in the bank. Thanks for keeping me sane through all this. You guys helped me see what I couldn't see myself, that I deserve better than someone who's embarrassed by my existence until my net worth changes. Story 10. My girlfriend said he's just helping with homework while I'm being controlling. I agreed and hired a pie who caught them at a motel. I'm Danny, 29, been with Emma for 2 years. We've got this decent apartment in Phoenix, split everything down the middle, and I honestly thought we were solid. Then Derek happened. Derek's this guy from her community college calculus class. Emma's going back to school for nursing, which I totally supported. Helped her with tuition, drove her to campus when her car was acting up, the whole supportive boyfriend thing. But 4 months ago, Derek started helping with her homework. At first it seemed innocent enough. Derek's really good at math, he's gonna help me pass this class. Cool, whatever. I sucked at calculus too. But then it became twice a week at the campus library, then 3 times a week. Then study sessions at coffee shops on weekends. I started noticing things. Emma would get texts at dinner and immediately grab her phone. "Oh, it's Derek, he found this great calculus tutorial on YouTube." She'd spend 20 minutes texting back while our food got cold. When I'd peek over, she'd angle the phone away. "It's just math stuff, you wouldn't understand." The study sessions got longer. What started as 2-hour library meetings became 4-hour coffee shop marathons. She'd come home talking about Derek constantly. "Derek showed me this trick for derivatives." "Derek's so patient when I don't get it." "Derek thinks I should switch to the honors section." Derek this, Derek that. I felt like I was dating both of them. 3 weeks in, I tried having a conversation about it. Babe, I'm not trying to be controlling, but you're spending a lot of time with this Derek guy. Emma's face immediately shifted. Seriously, you're gonna be one of those boyfriends who can't handle his girlfriend having male friends. It's not about male friends, it's about boundaries. You're texting him every night, spending entire weekends with him. Because I'm failing calculus without his help. God, Danny, I thought you'd be proud that I'm taking school seriously. The guilt trip worked. I backed down. You're right, I'm sorry, I just miss spending time with you. She softened a bit. I know, baby. Once this semester's over, things will go back to normal. Derek's just really good at explaining things. But things didn't go back to normal. They escalated. Emma started getting dressed up for study sessions. Full makeup, nice clothes, the perfume I bought her for her birthday. When I mentioned it, she snapped. I can't even wear mascara to school now. What's next, you picking out my clothes? The gaslighting was Olympic level. Every concern I raised got twisted into me being insecure, jealous, controlling. Her best friend Sarah started giving me dirty looks at parties. Emma told us about your trust issues. That's rough, dude. Her sister Lisa actually pulled me aside one night. You might want to work on your jealousy problem before you push Emma away. I started feeling like I was losing my mind. Was I being controlling? Was this normal? Emma sure made it seem like I was the problem. 2 months ago, Derek started calling, not texting, calling. I'd hear Emma in the bedroom talking in hushed tones for an hour at a time. When I'd ask who was on the phone, she'd say Derek had questions about tomorrow's homework. At 11 p.m. every night. He works late shifts, this is the only time he can call, she'd explain. God, Danny, not everything's about you. The final straw was 3 weeks ago. Emma was getting ready for another study session, and I watched her put on the dress I bought her for our anniversary. Full hair and makeup, jewelry, the works. You look nice for studying, I said. She whipped around. Are you serious right now? I can't look presentable when I leave the house. What am I supposed to do, wear sweatpants everywhere so you don't accuse me of cheating? I never said you were cheating, but that's what you're thinking. Every time I mention Derek, you get this look on your face like I'm some kind of slut. I'm tired of it, Danny. Either trust me or don't, but I'm done having this conversation every single time. I looked at her, really looked at her. The defensive anger, the way she was projecting guilt onto me, making me the villain for having legitimate concerns, and I made a decision. You're right, I said quietly. I'm being paranoid, I'm sorry. The change in her face was immediate. Relief, surprise, then this satisfied smile. Thank you, finally. I was starting to think you'd never get over this jealousy thing. She kissed my cheek. I'll be back by 10. Derek's helping me prep for the midterm. She left at 6 p.m. I waited exactly 10 minutes, then called the number I'd Googled that morning, Phoenix Investigative Services. Ray Martinez, the owner, sounded like someone's dad on the phone. Cheating spouse investigation. Yeah, we handle those all the time. How long you want surveillance? How long does it usually take? If they're having an affair, 3 to 5 days usually gives us what we need. If they're not, well, at least you'll know for sure. Ray was a former Phoenix PD detective, looked exactly like you'd expect, gray mustache, calm demeanor, the kind of guy who'd seen everything twice. We met the next morning at a Denny's. I'm not here to judge, he said, sliding his contract across the table. I'm here to get you facts. You seem like a decent guy who just needs to know the truth. What if I'm wrong? What if I really am just being paranoid? Then you get peace of mind and can work on your relationship with a clear head. Either way, you'll know where you stand. 3 days of surveillance, $800. Best money I ever spent. Day 1. Emma said she was meeting Derek at the ASU library at 7 p.m. Ray's photos showed them at Olive Garden instead, sitting on the same side of the booth, his hand on her thigh. They were there for 2 hours, no textbooks in sight. Day 2. Emma told me she was going to study group at Derek's apartment to work on group projects. Ray followed them to Tempe Marketplace where they went shopping, holding hands, Derek buying her jewelry at Kay's. She came home with bags from Victoria's Secret she said were just some basics I needed. Day 3. The final nail. Emma said she had evening lab makeup session that would run late, don't wait up. Ray texted me at 8:47 p.m. Sunset Motel on Van Buren, room 237. They checked in 20 minutes ago. I sat in my truck in the Denny's parking lot, staring at the photos Ray had sent. Emma pressed against Derek in the motel parking lot, his hands in her hair, her legs wrapped around him by the door to room 237. 2 years, 2 fucking years I'd been with this woman. I'd helped her through her mom's surgery, paid her car insurance when she was broke, introduced her to my family who loved her. My sister had been planning to ask Emma to be in her wedding. Ray called. You want me to get more evidence or is this enough? It's enough, thank you. I called my buddy Jake. I need you to meet me somewhere and bring your phone to record, and don't ask questions until we get there. Bro, where are we going? To catch Emma cheating. Oh shit, I'll be right over. Jake picked me up in his truck. We drove to the Sunset Motel in silence. He knew better than to give me any pep talks right then. You sure about this? He asked as we pulled into the parking lot. She made me think I was crazy for 2 months. Turned her friends against me, made me apologize for having legitimate concerns. Yeah, I'm sure. Room 237 was on the second floor. My heart was pounding, but my hands were steady. Jake had his phone out, recording everything. I knocked. Heard scrambling inside, whispers, something falling over. Knocked again. Room service already came, Derek's voice called out. I knocked harder. Open up. More scrambling. The door cracked open and there was Emma in Derek's Phoenix Suns t-shirt, her hair a mess, makeup smeared. The color completely drained from her face when she saw me. Danny, what? How did you? Hey babe, I said calmly. Thought I'd surprise you at your lab makeup. She tried to close the door, but I put my foot in it. Now we need to talk. This isn't what it looks like. I actually laughed. Really? That's what you're going with? Derek appeared behind her, no shirt, trying to look tough. Yo man, you need to leave. This is harassment. Harassment? You're fucking my girlfriend and I'm harassing you. Jake stepped into view with his phone. Want me to call the cops, Derek? I'm sure they'd love to hear about this. Emma's legs just gave out. She literally fainted right there in the doorway, slumping against Derek. He caught her, looking panicked. Emma, wake up. Oh shit, oh shit. While he was distracted, I stepped into the room. Their clothes were scattered everywhere. Empty wine bottle on the nightstand. The bed was completely destroyed. So this is what calculus tutoring looks like these days, I said, taking photos with my phone. She came to after about a minute, Derek fanning her with the room service menu. The first thing she saw was me documenting the scene. Danny, please let me explain. Explain what? How Derek's just a study buddy, how I'm paranoid and controlling. It just happened, we didn't plan this. The pie I hired says you've been fucking around for 3 weeks, try again. Her face went completely white. You hired, you've been having me followed. No, I've been getting proof of what I already knew while you gaslighted me into thinking I was losing my mind. Derek tried to step up. Look man, I'm sorry this happened, but you can't just… Shut up, I said without looking at him. I'm not talking to you, you're nothing to me. I focused on Emma. 2 years, I loved you, supported you, and when I raised legitimate concerns, you made me the villain, told everyone I was controlling and jealous. I'm sorry, she started crying. I love you, it didn't mean anything. Cool, pack your shit and get out of my apartment. You've got until Sunday. Danny, please, we can work through this. I turned to leave, then stopped. Oh, and Emma, everyone's gonna know. Your friends, your family, everyone who thinks I'm the jealous boyfriend. They're gonna know exactly what kind of person you are. Jake followed me out, still recording her sobbing and Derek trying to calm her down in the doorway. In the elevator, I finally let myself feel it. The betrayal, the anger, the hurt. Jake put his hand on my shoulder. You good? No, I admitted, but I will be. That night I posted one thing on Facebook. When she says he's just helping with homework but your pie finds them at the Sunset Motel. 2 years down the drain, trust your gut, guys. No names, no photos, just that. But everyone knew. Emma called 52 times that night. The text started apologetic, please talk to me. I'm so sorry. It meant nothing, then got nasty real quick. You're ruining my life. How could you humiliate me like this? I'll kill myself if you don't give me another chance. I blocked her after that last one and called her sister Lisa to do a welfare check. Turns out Lisa had no idea about any study groups at Derek's place. She was pissed. Emma used me as an alibi. Are you kidding me? I vouched for her when Sarah said she was acting weird. 2 weeks later, Emma showed up at my apartment with her mom and Sarah to get her stuff. I'd already packed most of it in boxes by the door. Her mom immediately went off on me. How dare you put my daughter through this? Hiring someone to spy on her. You're sick. I pulled out my phone and showed her one of the photos. Emma and Derek making out in the motel parking lot. Your daughter's a cheater, Mrs. Rodriguez. I gave her multiple chances to be honest. She chose to lie and make me feel crazy instead. Sarah jumped in. Everyone makes mistakes. You're really gonna throw away 2 years over one mistake? One mistake, I laughed. Check the timestamps. This has been going on for weeks. And instead of being honest, she convinced all of you that I was controlling and paranoid. Emma was just standing there crying, not even trying to defend herself. When they got to the bedroom, Emma tried one last time. Danny, please, I fucked up, I know, but I love you, only you. Derek was just, I don't know, excitement, but you're who I want to be with. You killed that possibility the first time you lied to my face. I'll cut him off completely. I'll go to therapy, whatever you want. What I want is for you to leave, her mom huffed. You'll regret this. You'll never find another woman like my daughter. God, I hope not. As they were leaving, Sarah turned back. You know what? She was right about you being controlling, following her around, taking pictures. I didn't follow anyone. I hired a professional because your best friend made me question my own sanity. And turns out my instincts were dead on. After they left, I ordered pizza, cracked a beer, and played Xbox until 3 a.m. First peaceful night I'd had in months. A week later, Derek decided to reach out. This absolute moron sent me a DM on Instagram. Bro, we need to talk man to man. What happened with me and Emma was wrong, but you violated her privacy. That's basically stalking. I'm thinking about pressing charges unless you delete those photos and posts. I screenshotted and sent it to my cousin who's a lawyer. She laughed and said, tell him to go fuck himself. So I replied, press charges for what? Hiring a licensed pie to confirm my girlfriend was cheating. Good luck with that, bro. Also, you fucked my girlfriend. We're not having a man-to-man anything. Lose my number. Then Emma's mom started a Facebook campaign. I shit you not, this woman posted, my daughter is being harassed and stalked by her abusive ex-boyfriend. He hired someone to follow her and take pictures without consent. This is what controlling men do when they can't handle strong women. Please share to spread awareness. She tagged me in it. The comments were wild, half the people calling out her obvious bullshit, half buying into the victim narrative. My mom saw it and went nuclear. Posted her own status. Interesting how Carmen Rodriguez calls hiring a pie to confirm cheating stalking, but has no problem with her daughter lying and gaslighting my son for months. Maybe teach your daughter some integrity instead of playing victim when she faces consequences. My mom doesn't mess around when her kids are involved. But the real cherry on top came 2 weeks ago. I got a letter from some lawyer. Emma was demanding $5,000 for emotional distress 2, deletion of all photos and social media posts 3, a written apology for defamation 4, half the security deposit from our apartment that I paid in full. I laughed so hard I almost choked. My cousin took the case pro bono. Her response letter was a thing of beauty. Ms. Rodriguez's claims are without merit. My client employed a licensed private investigator after reasonable suspicion of infidelity, which was confirmed through evidence. Truth is an absolute defense against defamation. Furthermore, Ms. Rodriguez has no legal claim to the security deposit as she is not named on the lease. We recommend she cease all contact with our client immediately or we will pursue harassment charges. But wait, it gets better. Last Tuesday around 11 p.m., my doorbell camera shows Emma drunk off her ass, mascara running everywhere. I talk through the ring. You need to leave, Emma. Please, just 5 minutes. I need closure. You got closure at the Sunset Motel. I'm not leaving until you talk to me. Cool, I'm calling the cops. She sat on my doorstep for 2 hours, posting Instagram stories about waiting for true love to forgive me, and real love means fighting for each other. My neighbor, Mr. Chen, texted me. Your ex is outside crying loud enough to wake my baby. You want me to call the police? Eventually Sarah came and dragged her away, but not before Emma shoved a letter under my door. 4 pages of word salad about soulmates, destiny, how Derek meant nothing, how I'm her person, and how she'll wait forever for me to forgive her. She also included a handwritten list of everything she'd ever done for me in our relationship, like that somehow earned her a free cheating pass. This morning, I woke up to 89 notifications. She'd gone through 2 years of my social media, liking and commenting on everything. Remember this day. You looked so happy here. Miss my baby so much. Had to block her on everything. Again. Then Derek messaged me yesterday. You're being really immature about this whole thing. Emma's destroyed. Yeah, we messed up, but you're taking it way too far. Be a man and talk to her. The dude who banged my girlfriend is lecturing me about maturity. You can't make this stuff up. It's been 6 weeks since everything went down. Here's where everyone landed. Emma completely lost it when the lawyer's letter didn't work. Started showing up at my gym, my usual Starbucks, even tried to get into my office building. Security shut that down real quick, every time with a new sob story about forgiveness and second chances. The restraining order got filed after she keyed my truck. Yeah, she went full psycho. Security camera in the parking garage caught her doing it while crying and saying, "You did this to us." $3,200 in paint damage. Her mom said I probably deserved it and they wouldn't pay because I drove her to this. Filed a police report. Insurance is going after her for the deductible. Derek tried to play the wounded hero on social media. Posted some bullshit about sometimes you fall for the wrong person and love doesn't follow rules. Forgot his profile was public and his actual girlfriend from Tucson commented, "What the fuck is this about?" Turns out Emma wasn't the only one he was screwing over. This dude had a whole girlfriend in another city. She dumped him publicly, tagging both him and Emma in a Facebook post about cheating piece of shit liars. The drama was chef's kiss perfect. Emma's friend group imploded. Lisa completely cut her off after finding out Emma had been using her as an alibi. Sarah tried to stay neutral until she found out Emma had been flirting with her boyfriend too. Apparently this was a pattern. Last week was the legal finale. Emma showed up to court for the restraining order hearing with her mom and some public defender. Actually tried to argue that I was the aggressor because hiring a pie constituted stalking. The judge shut that down in about 15 seconds. "Ma'am, your ex-boyfriend employed a licensed professional after you gave him reasonable cause for suspicion. You've since harassed him at multiple locations and damaged his property. The restraining order is granted for 1 year." Emma cried. Her mom called me a heartless bastard loud enough for the bailiff to tell her to keep it down. As for me, I'm doing all right. Not great, not terrible, just all right. Therapy's helping me work through the trust issues. Started rock climbing, joined a hiking group, got back into reading. The apartment feels different now, but in a good way. Like I exorcised a demon or something. Got new furniture, rearranged everything. My space, my rules. Funny thing, I ran into Emma's coworker from the nursing program last week. She goes, "Hey, sorry about everything that happened. Just so you know, we all suspected something." She talked about Derek constantly. We tried to tell her she was being obvious, but she thought she was smarter than everyone. Apparently Emma's grades tanked after everything came out. She's on academic probation now. Derek got kicked out of school when his girlfriend from Tucson contacted the dean about him preying on vulnerable students. Karma's a beautiful thing sometimes. I'm not dating yet. Downloaded a few apps but haven't met anyone. Still need time to process everything. Mom checks on me constantly. Dad took me fishing and gave me the plenty of fish in the sea speech. Jake's been solid through all of this, dragging me out when I get too in my head. Got one last text from an unknown number yesterday. Emma using someone else's phone. "I know you hate me, but I need you to know I'm getting help. Therapy, medication, everything. I hope someday you can forgive me. You were the best thing in my life and I destroyed it. I love you." Didn't respond. Screenshot it and sent it to my lawyer in case we need it for a restraining order violation. Here's what I learned. Trust your gut. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. And when they try to make you feel crazy for seeing the truth, that's when you know it's time to run. To everyone who reached out with support, thank you. To the people who said I went too far, respectfully, go to hell. She made her choices. I just made sure there were consequences. Time to close this chapter and move on. Peace out, Reddit. Edit. Since people keep asking, yes, I was planning to propose. Had the ring and everything. Returned it the day after I caught them and used the money to pay Ray, my lawyer, and book a trip to Colorado next month. Best investment pivot of my life. Story 11. My girlfriend promised this wedding would be unforgettable. She delivered, just not how she planned. That's what I told my lawyer when he asked why I needed a fake prenup 3 weeks before my wedding. I'm Ed, 28, work in digital marketing here in Austin. My girlfriend Melissa, 27, is one of those lifestyle influencers with like 50K followers. We'd been together 3 years and honestly, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. Meeting Melissa was like getting struck by lightning. I was at this networking event downtown, basically hiding in the corner because I hate those things, when she bounced over with this huge smile. She was everything I wasn't: confident, outgoing, always ready with the perfect Instagram caption. Our first date, she took me to this food truck festival and made me try every weird fusion taco they had. By the end of the night, I was laughing harder than I had in years. The first 2 years were incredible. Melissa turned my boring routine upside down in the best way. I'd come home from work to find her setting up a blanket fort in the living room because she was feeling nostalgic. She'd surprise me with tickets to concerts for bands I'd never heard of but ended up loving. When my dad had his heart attack last year, she dropped everything to drive me to the hospital and stayed in those uncomfortable waiting room chairs for 12 hours straight. She made everything an adventure. Sunday grocery runs became these elaborate missions where we tried to recreate some recipe she saw on TikTok. She taught me to stop overthinking everything and just live in the moment. My friends loved her because she remembered everyone's birthdays and always knew the right thing to say when someone was going through rough times. But somewhere around 6 months ago, things started feeling different. It was subtle at first, like she'd get this look in her eyes when she thought I wasn't paying attention. Kind of distant, like she was calculating something. Then she started bringing up Ryan, her college boyfriend, in these weird ways. We'd be watching Netflix and she'd randomly go, "Ryan could never sit through documentaries. He needed constant action, you know? So basic." Or we'd be at dinner and she'd say, "This place would totally confuse Ryan. He was more of a chain restaurant guy, simple tastes for a simple mind." At first I figured she was just trying to make me feel better about myself or whatever, but it kept happening. We'd be grocery shopping and I'd grab the organic milk, and she'd laugh and say, "Ryan used to make fun of people who bought expensive milk. He thought it was all the same." Wasn't very forward thinking. The way she said it, though, it wasn't like she was insulting him. It was almost like she missed how uncomplicated he was. That should have been my first red flag, but I was too busy planning our future to notice. Then came the phone thing. Melissa had always been glued to her phone, comes with the influencer territory, but this was different. She'd get texts and physically turn away from me to read them. Started taking calls in the bathroom with the shower running. Once I saw her deleting a whole conversation thread when she thought I was asleep. The wedding planning meetings started getting weird too. She'd be gone for hours, supposedly picking out flowers or tasting cake with her bridesmaids. But when I'd ask about details, she'd be vague. "Oh, you know, girl stuff. You'll love it, trust me." Her maid of honor Sarah would give me these looks like she knew something I didn't. That's when I started paying attention to her bridesmaids. Sarah, Jessica, and Emma all worked different jobs around town, but they'd suddenly become super tight, always having these group texts that would make them giggle and then go silent when I walked into the room. All except Emma. Emma works in accounting at my company. We'd grab lunch sometimes and she always seemed normal, but lately she'd been looking stressed whenever wedding stuff came up, like physically uncomfortable. I'd catch her staring at me during meetings with this guilty expression. The breaking point came on a Tuesday. I told Melissa I was working late, but my client meeting got canceled. Decided to surprise her at home with takeout from her favorite Thai place. I pull into our apartment complex and see her car's not there. Weird, because she'd said she was staying in to work on content, so I call her. "Hey babe, where are you?" "Oh, just running errands, be home soon." "What kind of errands? Maybe I can help." Long pause. "Just boring stuff, picking up dry cleaning, hitting the pharmacy. Super mundane." Here's the thing, our dry cleaner closes at 5 on Tuesdays. It was almost 7. And the pharmacy she always goes to is literally across the street from our apartment complex. I would have seen her. That's when I decided to follow her. I felt like a complete psycho doing it, but something in my gut was screaming that I needed to know what was going on. Took me 3 days of working late to figure out her pattern. Every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m., she'd drive to this coffee shop called The Daily Grind, about 15 minutes from our place. And every time, Ryan was already there waiting for her. I sat in my car across the street, watching them through the big front windows. They looked comfortable. Too comfortable. Like they'd been doing this for a while. She'd lean forward when he talked, playing with her hair in that flirty way she used to do with me when we first met. He'd reach across and touch her hand sometimes. Not like friends catching up, like two people with history. My chest felt tight watching them. This wasn't some innocent "let's grab coffee and talk about old times" situation. This was my fiancée having secret meetings with her ex 3 months before our wedding. I didn't confront her that night, or the next week. Call me crazy, but I wanted to see how far this would go. Maybe I was hoping I was wrong, that there was some innocent explanation. But deep down, I think I knew our relationship was already over. The lies kept getting bigger. She'd say she was dress shopping with her mom, but her mom would call me asking about wedding details during that exact time. She'd claim her bridesmaids' meetings ran late, but Emma would mention at work that she'd left early. Then Emma pulled me aside one Friday afternoon. We were in the break room and she looked like she was about to throw up. "Ed, there's something I need to tell you about." But Sarah walked in right then, gave Emma this look, and Emma just grabbed her coffee and practically ran out. Sarah smiled at me like nothing happened, but I could tell something was up. That weekend, I made a decision. If Melissa was planning something, and with her love of dramatic social media moments, I was pretty sure I needed backup. I called my buddy Brad. He's this corporate lawyer who handles messy divorces and prenups all day. We went to college together, and he's seen Melissa's pranks before. Like the time she convinced everyone at his birthday party that he'd hired a mariachi band, then acted shocked when actual mariachi players showed up expecting payment. "Dude," I told him over beers, "I think Melissa's planning something for the wedding and it's not going to be good." Brad listened to everything: the secret meetings with Ryan, the weird bridesmaid behavior, Emma trying to warn me. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. "You need insurance," he finally said. We spent the next 4 hours in his office drafting this completely fake prenuptial agreement. Brad made it look super official with all this legal language I didn't understand. The key clause was about public humiliation if either party deliberately embarrassed the other before signing the marriage license. The wedding would be immediately canceled and all joint financial obligations would be nullified. "This wouldn't hold up in court for 5 minutes," Brad told me, "but it looks real enough to scare someone. And knowing Melissa, she'll never actually read it." He was right. Melissa barely read her own lease agreement when we moved in together. The document looked perfect: official stamps, fake case law references, even a notary seal. I put it in this black folder and gave it to my best man Danny to keep during the ceremony, just in case. "You think she's really going to try something?" Danny asked. "I hope I'm wrong," I told him, but I wasn't. The week before the wedding, Emma finally cornered me in the parking garage at work. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "I can't do this anymore," she said. "Ed, you need to know what's happening." That's when she told me everything. The bridesmaids had been planning this surprise for months. They'd created a group chat called Operation Epic, where they'd been discussing different ways to mess with me at the wedding. Sarah had suggested bringing Ryan as a guest speaker. Jessica thought it would be funny to make me think Melissa was having second thoughts, but the worst part, they'd been betting money on my reactions. They have this whole spreadsheet, Emma said, showing me screenshots she'd taken. Sarah bet $300 that you'd cry. Jessica put $200 on you getting angry and storming out. They've been treating your wedding like a game show. I stared at the messages. Months of planning my humiliation, complete with odds and payouts. Melissa thinks it'll be hilarious, Emma continued. She says you'll laugh about it later, that it'll get tons of engagement on her social media. But Ed, I've watched you at work. You're not the kind of person who finds public embarrassment funny. This is going to destroy you. Emma had tried talking Melissa out of it multiple times, but Melissa just brushed her off. You worry too much, she'd say. Ed loves my spontaneous side. That night, I sat in my apartment staring at that black folder. Part of me hoped Emma was wrong, that maybe Melissa would come to her senses. But I'd seen her with Ryan. I'd watched her lie to my face for months. The woman I was supposed to marry tomorrow had been planning to humiliate me in front of everyone I cared about. I texted Danny, keep that folder close tomorrow. I have a feeling we're going to need it. The morning of the wedding was perfect. Sunny, 75 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. The venue looked incredible, this fancy country club with huge windows overlooking the golf course. All of Melissa's decorations were exactly what she'd dreamed of. Getting ready with my groomsmen felt weirdly normal. We were joking around, taking pictures, doing all the typical pre-wedding stuff. Danny kept checking his bag where the folder was hidden, but the other guys just thought he was being paranoid about the rings. My parents were both emotional wrecks in the best way. Dad kept adjusting my tie even though it was fine. Mom was already tearing up and the ceremony hadn't even started. Looking back, I think they sensed something was off, but they didn't want to say anything on what was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. I remember standing at the altar, watching everyone take their seats. The bridesmaids were all whispering and giggling to each other, all except Emma, who looked like she was going to be sick. She wouldn't even make eye contact with me. The music started and everyone stood up. Melissa walked down the aisle with her dad, and I have to admit, she looked absolutely stunning. Her dress was this flowing thing that made her look like a princess, and her smile was so bright it could power the whole building. For a second, watching her walk toward me, I thought maybe Emma had been wrong. Maybe this was all just pre-wedding jitters and paranoia. Maybe Melissa really was the woman I'd fallen in love with 3 years ago. The ceremony started normally. The officiant, Pastor Williams, talked about love and commitment and building a life together. I was actually starting to relax, thinking I'd been crazy to worry about anything. Then we got to the vows. Right before we were supposed to say our personal promises to each other, Melissa did something that made my blood run cold. She grabbed the microphone from Pastor Williams. He looked confused, but she just smiled at him. Don't worry, I've got this. Then she turned to face our guests with this huge grin. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, I have a very special surprise for my amazing fiancé. My stomach dropped. Danny immediately put his hand on his bag. I couldn't say I do without making sure someone very important to me approved first, Melissa announced, bouncing on her toes like she was hosting a game show. So let's give a warm welcome to the man who taught me what love really looks like, my college sweetheart, Ryan. The back doors of the venue opened, and in walked Ryan, strutting down the aisle like he owned the place. The guests started murmuring, turning in their seats to see what was happening. My mom actually gasped out loud, but Melissa wasn't done. Ryan and I have been talking a lot lately, she continued, and I wanted him to meet the man who's brave enough to marry me. Isn't that sweet? Ryan reached the altar and actually clapped me on the shoulder. Hey man, he said with this smirk. Melissa's told me so much about you. Most of the bridesmaids were trying not to laugh. Emma was full on crying now, tears streaming down her face. But wait, Melissa said, pulling out her phone. There's more. She started scrolling through what looked like a group chat. The girls and I have had this little game going. Want to see? I looked at the screen she was showing me. It was filled with messages from her bridesmaids, but these weren't normal wedding planning texts. These were bets. Actual money bets on whether I'd cry, whether I'd get angry, whether I'd go through with the ceremony. "Look at this," Melissa laughed, pointing to specific messages. "Sarah bet $300 that you'd tear up during the vows. Jessica put $200 on you getting flustered. And Rachel went big. She bet $500 that you'd have no idea this was coming." The bridesmaids were giggling now, except for Emma, who looked like she wanted to disappear. "Come on, babe," Melissa said, poking me in the ribs. "Isn't this hilarious? You should see your face right now. Rachel's definitely winning her bet." I looked around the room. Guests were pulling out phones to record. Some looked confused, others looked uncomfortable. A few people near the back were actually laughing. That's when I realized this wasn't just some spontaneous prank. This was calculated. Melissa had spent months planning how to humiliate me in front of everyone I cared about, and she thought I'd just smile and play along like I always did. I looked at her standing there in her perfect white dress, so proud of herself, and I didn't see the woman I'd fallen in love with anymore. I saw someone who thought my feelings were entertainment. Someone who valued social media content more than my dignity. "You're right, Melissa," I said, giving her the calmest smile I could manage. "This is absolutely hilarious." She beamed, probably thinking I was finally getting into the spirit of her joke. I turned to Pastor Williams, who honestly looked like he wanted to disappear. "Hey, do we have that table set up for signing the marriage certificate? I need to grab something real quick." The room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. I walked over to Danny, who had the folder halfway out of his bag already. "May I asked. Danny handed me the black folder. It felt heavier than it should have, weighted with months of preparation and the end of my relationship. I held it up so everyone could see the official-looking seal on the cover. "Ladies and gentlemen," I said, using my best presentation voice, "before we go any further, I'd like to share a document with my fiancé." Melissa's smile faltered slightly. "What is that?" "Oh, just a little prenuptial agreement I had my lawyer draft up," I said, walking back to the altar. "You know, just a precaution." I opened the folder and pretended to flip through pages. "See, there's this interesting clause right here. It states that if either party engages in deliberate public humiliation before the marriage license is signed, then all joint financial obligations are immediately nullified." The crowd gasped. Actual gasps, like in a movie. Melissa's face started losing color. "That's not real. You can't be serious." "Oh, it's very real," I said, channeling every lawyer movie I'd ever seen. "It also requires the guilty party to issue a public apology right here in front of all our guests." Ryan finally stopped smirking. "Dude, this is just a joke. You're not actually taking jokes seriously," I interrupted. "Oh, I take them very seriously, Ryan, especially when they involve months of planning and betting pools." Melissa was blinking rapidly now, like she was trying to wake up from a bad dream. "Babe, you're scaring me. This is supposed to be fun." That's when I delivered the line I've been rehearsing in my head since I saw those screenshots. "You want fun, Melissa? Here's something fun. I'm canceling the wedding." Complete silence. Then the room exploded. Guests started whispering loudly. Some stood up to leave. The bridesmaids finally stopped giggling. "Wait, what?" Melissa's voice cracked. "You're joking, right? You have to be joking." "Am I?" I looked at Danny. "Would you do the honors?" Danny, absolute legend that he is, pulled out his phone and hit play. "Hit the Road Jack" started blasting through the venue's sound system. Some guests actually started laughing. Others looked shocked. A few were already heading for the exits. Melissa looked like she was about to faint. "You can't just leave me here. This isn't how this works." I closed the folder and tucked it under my arm. "Actually, this is exactly how it works." I turned to my parents in the front row. Dad looked proud for the first time all day. Mom was smiling through her tears. "I think we're done here," I announced. Then I looked at Ryan, who was trying to slowly back away from the altar. "Hey, Ryan," I called out. "You like other people's girlfriends so much. Well, congratulations. She's all yours now." That finally wiped the smirk off his face completely. Melissa spun around to look at him. "Ryan, tell him this is ridiculous." But Ryan was already heading for the door. "I think I'm gonna go," he mumbled. The bridesmaids were all staring at their feet now, probably realizing their bet money was the least of their problems. "You can't just abandon me like this," Melissa screamed. I stopped at the end of the aisle and turned around one last time. "Melissa, you love being the center of attention, right? Well, congratulations, you got it." And with that, I walked out of my own wedding while "Hit the Road Jack" echoed through the country club. The next 24 hours were insane. My phone lit up with hundreds of messages from Melissa. At first, she was confused, sending things like, "Where did you go? And this isn't funny anymore." Then she got angry, blaming me for ruining her special day and humiliating her in front of everyone. The irony was lost on her. But here's where it gets good. Remember those screenshots Emma had shown me? Danny had been smart enough to get copies from her phone before we left the venue. All those messages about planning the prank, all the bets they'd placed, even conversations from months ago where they discussed different ways to mess with me. Melissa tried playing the victim on social media, posted this long story about how I abandoned her at the altar over a silly joke and how devastated she was. Her followers ate it up at first, sending her supportive messages and calling me horrible names. Then the screenshots started circulating. Turns out, people don't really like it when you turn someone's wedding into a betting game. The comments on her posts shifted real fast from sympathy to outrage. "This wasn't a joke, this was cruel," one person wrote. "Imagine if someone did this to you," said another. The bridesmaids who thought it was so hilarious. They started panicking when they realized their messages were public. Sarah, the maid of honor, actually lost a job interview when the screenshots got sent to her potential employer. Apparently, they didn't want someone who thought humiliating people was funny working in their HR department. Jessica deactivated all her social media accounts. Rachel tried claiming her phone had been hacked and those weren't really her messages. Nobody believed her. Melissa's parents called me the day after. Her mom was crying, apologizing over and over. "We had no idea she would do something like this," she kept saying. "We raised her better than this." Her dad actually thanked me for walking away. "You saved yourself years of heartache," he said. "I love my daughter, but what she did was unforgivable." Then came the financial fallout. Melissa started demanding I pay her back for wedding expenses, which made me laugh because I'd paid for almost everything. The venue, the catering, the flowers, the photographer, that expensive honeymoon to Hawaii she'd been posting about for months, all on my credit cards. One phone call to each vendor and everything was canceled. Most of them were actually understanding about it. The venue manager said he'd seen some crazy wedding drama in his time, but this was a new one. The honeymoon cancellation hit Melissa hard. She'd already posted all these photos of our resort on her Instagram, talking about how excited she was for 2 weeks in paradise. Having to explain to her followers why she wasn't posting beach selfies was apparently worse than losing the actual vacation. Her bridesmaids started distancing themselves real quick. Amazing how fast people disappear when they realize they're going down with the ship. Even Sarah and Jessica, who'd been her best friends since college, suddenly didn't want to be associated with the girl who destroyed her own wedding for social media content. Ryan ghosted her completely, blocked her on everything and stopped responding to her messages. Guess he didn't find it so funny when people started asking why he thought crashing someone's wedding was acceptable. But the person I felt worst for was Emma. She came to my office the Monday after everything happened, looking exhausted. "I should have told you sooner," she said. "I should have warned you weeks ago when I first found out what they were planning." I could see the guilt eating at her. She explained how she'd tried to talk Melissa out of it multiple times, how she'd begged her to just have a normal wedding, how she'd barely slept the night before because she knew what was coming. "I wanted to stop it," she said. "When I saw you standing at the altar so happy and trusting, I wanted to scream, but I froze. I was a coward." That's when I realized Emma was nothing like the others. She had a conscience. She cared about how people felt. And for the first time in months, I was talking to someone who made sense. We started getting coffee after that, just as friends at first, talking about work stuff and what had happened. Emma was quiet, thoughtful, the complete opposite of Melissa's attention-seeking personality. She listened when I talked instead of waiting for her turn to speak. 3 months after the wedding that never was, we went on our first official date. Nothing fancy, just dinner at this little Italian place near our office.